Hello, good morning. Sorry for breaking up your Congress. So, good morning. I'd like to welcome all of you very warmly and heartily to the Working Chamber of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. And on behalf of all of us, Sister Helen, the President, members of the Council, and all of you, I welcome all of you heartily this morning here to discuss a subject matter which is as much part of the Jubilee year we're celebrating as it is also of human development. So it's certainly, on behalf of all of us, a great joy to have all of you here. It's been for some time that we've been working on this. The Secretary of State wanted us to do something on this, and even Pope Francis, before he passed, also expressed his great desire to have us do something on the debt. So this Jubilee year particularly is a time for renewal of institutions, of relationships, and of our own shared commitment to justice. So your gathering here today seeks to engage in serious dialogue on the national and international actions needed to address one of the most pressing moral challenges of our day. And it is the challenge interlinked crisis of debt and development that weigh heavily on dozens of countries and inflict deep suffering on hundreds of millions of families across the world. Unresolved debt crises have devastating consequences. They lead to rising poverty, malnutrition, and exclusion, even sometimes the breakdown of governments. When families can no longer meet basic needs, when children are denied education or health care, when despair becomes widespread, then the human costs far outweigh any financial calculation. And in such conditions, development becomes a broken promise and dignity itself is denied. So the Jubilee report makes an invaluable contribution to the global community. It offers a clear, urgent, and practical roadmap, not only for resolving today's debt crisis, but for building an international financial system grounded in the principles of solidarity, transparency, shared responsibility, and, in the language of Pope Benedict XVI, even charity. Not all financing serves the common good. Finance must be at the service of people, Pope Francis would say. It must reflect a shared responsibility between those who receive funds and those who provide them. Its impact depends on the terms it carries, on how it is deployed, and critically, on how any resultant debt is managed when difficulties arise. And so no creditor and no government can in good conscience impose sacrifices on a population that deprive them of the essentials of dignified life. And so addressing this crisis demands a collective response from creditors, debtors, countries, and international financial institutions. So justice and solidarity must be our compass. We must act in good faith, guided by truth, and animated by ethical standards worthy of human dignity. An international code of conduct is urgently needed, one that upholds fairness, transparency, and sustainability. So let us build on the foundations laid by the Jubilee report to reimagine a more humane and equitable financial architecture. In the year 2000, that's about 25 years ago, Pope St. John Paul II reminded us that the issue of foreign debt is not only economic, but involves fundamental ethical principles and should have a place in international law. He called on the global community then to make the Jubilee year an occasion for gestures of goodwill, including the substantial reduction, if not outright cancellation, of unpayable debts for the sake of the common good. This vision echoes the ancient Jubilee tradition among the Jewish people when the Jubilee year, when the shofar sounded, was to give forgiveness of debt and to give everybody a time to restart, a new lease, as it were, on life. And so I wish to echo that prophetic appeal, which is more urgent now than ever, for unsustainable debt casts a long shadow over the future. They burden the hopes and possibilities of generations to come. And in this holy year, 2025, we called to open both our minds and our hearts to enable a future of hope for the most vulnerable and peace for our common home. In this regard, the Office of the Vatican financial institution, is then used to saying that creditors and those who manage funds should not be driven only by maximizing profit, but rather by optimizing profit, ensuring that money ensures the goodwill of all. And so now, dear friends, it is time for those who share this vision to come together to form a coalition of the willing, committed to lifting the burdens that weigh heavily upon the world and its poor. And so, with these words, wish to again welcome all of you warmly to the Academy, to this meeting, and trust that the work that we're able to perform today will lead a lot to lighten the burdens of poor countries like my own. I'm from Ghana, so that you may also experience some debt relief. Thank you again. Thanks for coming. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much to our Chancellor, who always starts us off so well in our meetings. I would like to join him in saying how much joy it gives me to see all of you here and how honored we are to have all of you here. And I'd like my first word to you to be thank you. Thanks to all of you who have made this meeting possible, all the members of the Commission who have worked so hard to put together the report, those of you who've made the effort to come here today and participate in the discussion, all the people organizing who are often in the background. We don't see them very much, but without them, we wouldn't be able to have this meeting. And of course, the people who are funding the meeting too. So thank you to all of you for making this possible. So we are here today to present this Jubilee report, put together thanks to intensive work on the part of the members of the Jubilee Commission. And I'd like to recognize especially the two people sitting on either side of me who've been especially important in that work. Now, it was Pope Francis who commissioned this report. And as this is our first PAS event since he was called home by the Father, it is appropriate to spend a moment remembering his papacy. His vision of a church that embraces all, like a field hospital out on the battlegrounds of life, and his vision of a society in which politics is an expression of love and charity, always putting the human being at the center, continues to inspire us. In his bull of indiction of the Jubilee 2025, Spes non confundit, Pope Francis spoke of the call the Jubilee gives us to forgive those in our debt, just as we ask others to forgive us our debts. And these are all kinds of debts that we are talking about. Pope Leo is following him in this, for even in his short pontificate so far, he has already demonstrated that he is a consummate bridge builder, and that's a really important skill to have for changing the global economy, as we'll say more about today. In the Apostles' Creed, Christians affirm their belief in what we call the communion of saints. And the Catechism tells us that those who have gone before us, and I quote, do not cease to intercede with the Father for us. I'd like to mention at this moment St. Dominic, who's the founder of the order I belong to. When he was dying, he said to his brothers, do not weep, for I shall be more useful to you after my death, and I shall help you then more effectively than during my life. I think Pope Francis belongs to that group. And Pope Francis is helping us now, and in a real way, in that sense of being part of the communion of saints, is with us today, continuing through his prayers to support and encourage us in taking this really important project forward. For this report, while focusing on the debt issue, aims to make key contributions to the wider question of a people-centered global economy, carrying forward its work into the future, as the report itself tells us, and I quote, this report marks the first step in a broader initiative convened by the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences and Columbia University's Initiative for Policy Dialogue. It seeks to contribute to a comprehensive rethinking of the global rules governing finance, taxation, trade, and the sharing of knowledge. At its heart lies a clear and urgent goal to help build a global economy that serves people, as the Cardinal was saying, especially the most vulnerable, and truly leaves no one behind. So before handing over to Joe, I would like to mention one term that is only mentioned once in the report, and this is the term ecological debt. Our meeting today will include a session on climate and debt that has been put together in the light of a request from Cardinal Parolin, the Secretary of State. He asked us to respond to the call of Pope Francis in the same bull of indiction that I just mentioned, Spes non confundit, and I quote from it again. Pope Francis says, another heartfelt appeal that I would make in light of the coming Jubilee is directed to the more affluent nations. I ask that they acknowledge the gravity of so much of their past decisions, made all the more serious today by a new form of injustice which we increasingly recognize, namely that a true ecological debt exists, particularly between the global north and south. In his letter, Cardinal Parolin recognized that it would take time to work out the practical consequences of the idea of ecological debt. And he also said that the Holy See wants to support the ongoing work in this direction. So with that said, I'm happy now to hand over to Joe Stiglitz for his opening comments. Okay. Thank you.
Let me add my words of welcome to that of Cardinal Turkson and Sister Alford. Let me say a special thanks to the Pontifical Academy, which is hosting us in this beautiful building. I've been a member of the Pontifical Academy for almost a quarter century, and for those of you who don't know it, the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences grew out of the older Pontifical Academy of Sciences, which is several hundred years old, and which this building has been the home. And the fact that the Vatican would construct this beautiful building and the grounds shows the commitment of the church to science. And as a member of the Pontifical Academy of Social Science, it's been a particular place, I think, unique in the world in combining analysis with moral values. You know, academia talks about, does analytic work, but it's often abstract and without a moral commitment. The Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences, which is why the reason I was so engaged, it has tried to combine analysis with a sense of social justice, equity, both across countries, within countries, and across time. And that has been a commitment for a very long time. And it was a commitment even before the founding of the Academy of Social Sciences. When I was young, one of the influential papers that I read was that of Schelling Koopmans, who got the Nobel Prize. And this paper was one of the first papers on maximizing social welfare over time, intergenerational equity. And it was presented at the Pontifical Academy. And as a graduate student, it was my first entry into what were the topics. And for those who don't know it, it's extremely brilliant paper. It had an enormous influence in economics. And it was a surprise it was coming out of the Pontifical Academy. But no subject has perhaps combine these issues of morality and analysis as much as debt. It's complicated as we got more and more into the issue of debt, and those of us who worked on it for years realize, and no subject has more of a moral quality as Cardinal Turkson and Sister Alford have emphasized. So it is a topic which I think, and I want to echo the words of Sister Alford, our attention to it is a moving memory of Pope Francis, who engaged with us personally and very much on this topic, both in the analysis of the issue and the advocacy for change. And as somebody who's very concerned with this, one of the reasons that I've welcome the engagement of the church so much is the church has a large base around the world. And this is a topic that affects everybody on our planet, directly or indirectly. So we're all affected. And having this base of advocacy is just so important. But coming together with a lot of members of civil society is the only way that we're going to get change. We've been through a very difficult fight in New York State to change the legislation. We didn't succeed. We almost succeeded. We were very hopeful. And this just happened a few days ago, and in the aftermath, it's very clear that we need more of a grassroots movement, of which the church and the rest of you in civil society here are going to play a very important part. I also want to echo what has been said about this being the year of the Jubilee. These moments in time are moments of coming together, thinking about these issues. And said the history of debt forgiveness in the Bible and tradition, we ought to be thinking about debt forgiveness at this moment. One of the topics that have motivated us, I think motivated Pope Francis, was we had debt forgiveness 25 years ago. And I was at the World Bank when discussions of that began. We were hopeful that that would, quote, solve the problem. We needed debt forgiveness then, and many of us said, you know, never again. But here we are 25 years later, facing the problem again. And that makes it clear that we didn't do, you might say, our homework then. We solved the momentary problem, but we didn't think about what were the underlying problems. And the underlying problems are problems of global financial markets and global development. And that's very much the background to this report. I also really want to thank the commissioners. As they know, we put this together in very short order. I've never been on a commission that worked at this speed. We began our work in February, and you know, I've been on a lot of commissions, and typically, yeah, it lasts for several years. The commissioners really were engaged. Every draft that we sent out, we got very detailed comments. It was a system that worked very well. I wasn't sure it was going to, because, you know, you're asking people to give a lot of their time to read the reports, to give comments. And essentially all the commissioners, and some people who were not commissioners, gave us really valuable feedback. Most of it is incorporated, but I have to say that there were so many ideas that it has stimulated a lot of our thinking, and I hope some of the discussion will bring out some of the things that we didn't get to adequately reflect. And I want to emphasize, in that sense, this is an ongoing work, and ongoing in two senses. Ongoing for our commission, or three senses for our own commission, but we will, as we'll talk about later, try to extend this beyond just debt to a broader set of development issues, and ongoing in the sense that we hope our report will influence a number of other ongoing initiatives, the work that's going on at the UN, the Seville process, of finance for development, so that this is part of you might say, a broader global rethink of the economic arrangements for developing countries and for all countries. There were, as I say, a lot, I think, of interesting and new ideas that were presented, reflected in the comments that were made, and I hope we incorporated most, but I'm very aware that we weren't able to put all of them in. It's a work in progress also in the sense that there's no executive summary, and that's important because even though it's a short report, attention spans in the era of social media are shorter. So we have to do that. We were able to get op-eds into The Economist, into the Financial Times, that provide a short summary of some of the ideas, and we'll be trying to disseminate it. That's part of our advocacy then, and we've been very pleased at how receptive we found a lot of the media to be. And let me emphasize, you know, usually it takes a current affairs hook to get people interested. You know, you can get people interested if the world is collapsing, and then you write an article about why we should have expected it, or, you know, here it's how to stop it. one of the important ideas we talk about at the beginning is this is not just a default crisis of the usual kind, like happened in the Latin American debt crisis, where country after country defaulted. It's a development default, that the money is going to pay creditors rather than to support development. And therefore, the long-term consequences are not that much different from what they would have been if we had a more open default. But that means, because it's a rolling problem, it doesn't normally get the attention. And in fact, there was an op-ed in the FT saying, oh, there's no development crisis, a debt crisis, it's been exaggerated. And that was one of the reasons we motivated to write an op-ed saying that op-ed was absolutely wrong. So we are very much involved in both the analysis and the advocacy to change the system, not only of debt restructuring, but this underlying, attacking the underlying problem. So the discussion today will focus on what can be done with the existing debt, what can be done to address the underlying problem, the repeated problems of debt, what can be done relatively quickly, what can be done over the longer term, and then finally, as Sister Alford emphasized, we want to link this issue more closely, more strongly than we did in our report with the climate crisis. A few years ago, before Pope Francis issued his encyclical where he brought together the issue of social justice and climate justice, there was a joint meeting of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences and Pontifical Academy of Sciences in this room, where the two Pontifical Academies worked together to try to understand the scientific and nature of the climate crisis and the social consequences. And that laid the foundations of the encyclical that was issued by the Pope. So the ecological debt is very much, in some ways I've argued, more important than the financial debt. The financial debt is just money that some people in our society owe to others. The ecological debt is what we owe to the planet and to future generations. The financial debt can be canceled. We're talking about ways that we can easily, overnight, with a stroke of a pen, deal with the financial crisis. I mean, we can do it. Won't be that easy, let me make it clear. But the climate debt, we can't, by a stroke of the pen, undo it. So in some sense, and this two are related, because if developing countries don't have the resources to deal with mitigation, adaptation, there won't be, they won't be able to participate. They will suffer from the consequences, but they won't be able to make their contribution to reducing the contributions to climate change. So I'm very pleased that we have this topic on the agenda and expand the work of the Commission. So with that, let me turn it over to Martin for the first session.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Cardinal Peter Turkson, the President of the Academy, Sister Helen Alford, and also the Vice Chancellor of the Academy, Dario Vigano. I don't know if Dario is in the room. All of you have been very helpful for the outcomes that we're seeing today, and also for the process that gets triggered since the publication of the Jubilee report. Let me explain how we're going to organize the discussions today and provide some framing for the discussions and some context, how we came to where we are. First, context. As Cardinal Turkson and Joe and Sister Helen explained, Pope Francis was deeply involved in the debt and development crisis that many countries around the world are going through. We kept a regular dialogue with Pope Francis. Already by the time of COVID-19, we were seeing how the consequences for public finances were different across countries. For some countries, the COVID was just creating an intergenerational problem when it comes to debt, but for others, it was starting to create debt distress. And that distress was growing and got very aggravated after the war in Ukraine, with the monetary policy response from the advanced economies. So the situation has been building up. The problems are building up. This is happening right now, and the global prospects are such that we shouldn't expect things to get better if there is no action. The international financial institutions, the IMF and others, are forecasting that global growth is going to be lower, and especially growth in developing countries is going to be lower than we were expecting a year ago. And the global financial situation is not getting any better for developing countries in the current global context. So in 2024, we already saw that there was a crisis. There was a debt and development crisis. And Pope Francis decided to make debt as one of the key issues of the year of the Jubilee, the current year. And he invited us to create a Jubilee Commission that would produce a report basically outlining a path for both resolving the crisis now, but also for making changes to the system to avoid that in the next Jubilee in 2050, we are again going through another crisis. And that was basically the intention, the goal, the spirit of this report, to which many commissioners, what Joe said, it's so clear. It's hard to see commissions with that number of people, and commissioners were so deeply engaged in this process and enrich what was produced. Of course, Pope Francis knew very well the consequences that debt crisis can have on societies. He was born in Argentina, saw the Latin American debt crisis in the region, the devastating consequences that it had for the society, the human consequences of the crisis, and wanted to make sure that we didn't see another lost decade of that kind in different regions of the world. Of course, Africa is the most affected continent, but not the only one. Parts of Latin America and the Caribbean and of Asia, especially of South Asia, are also having deep troubles. What led us to, the facts that led us to identify the situation like a development crisis are quite clear in our view and are described in the report. First, we see that there's been an increasing burden of tax revenues, an increasing burden of debt payments. An increasing fraction of the tax revenues are allocated to debt payments. UNCTAD reports that 54 developing countries today spend more than 10% on tax revenues. That's a real problem. I've seen that in my country. When you see that figure, you're speaking of a crisis. Argentina had that figure in 2001 and in 2018, and both times there was a debt crisis. UNCTAD also reports that more than 2 billion people today live in countries that spend more on debt service than on education or health, which is also a very bad situation for economic development. And a fact that to a large extent explains why there is inaction or very little action, it's the system of incentives. And everyone has responsibility. the creditors have responsibility, the debtors have responsibility, and also the international financial institutions. In fact, we are seeing now, we've been seeing over the last few years, flows from the international financial institutions to the countries, financing to the countries, and money is fungible. At the same time, we see that there are outflows to the international private sector. Basically, countries are paying down the debts at the time in which they are suffering from debt distress. There were about roughly $50 billion of outflows from low and lower middle income countries to the private sector in 2022, 30 billion in 2023. And at the same time that we see these inflows from the international financial institutions, it's a fact that we are identified like a bailout. That money should go to finance counter-cyclical macroeconomic policies, meaning recovery policies, and pro-development, anti-poverty policies in the developing world, not to finance bailouts of private creditors that got compensated for the loans that they provided in the form of risk premium. They were compensated with higher interest rate than what the safe countries pay. So clearly, if there are circumstances that justify debt exchanges to restore the sustainability of debts, are these circumstances, and they are not happening at the speed and in the, with the depth that they should happen. So the report, we will discuss in the second session possible solutions to this, but the report makes a case for a comprehensive international solution by understanding the differences that we have today with the universe of creditors, the universe of debt, with respect to the 1980s, when eventually, by the end of the decade, the Brady Plan was adopted, and with respect to the previous Jubilee, the 2000 and the previous initiative for debt relief in low-income countries, the HIPC, the highly indebted poor countries, and the multilateral debt relief initiative. Joe explained that the report was done in record time, and that's in large part to the work of those who helped to this, and not only the commissioners, but people that are behind helping, like Ximena, Maya Kolodenko, and Florencia, who provided excellent research assistance. And I'm totally confident that we wouldn't have been able to produce the report in the time we did without their help. And at the end, I will also refer to the help of all the others that have made this possible from the logistical and operational viewpoint, and also the communication efforts. Going to how we're going to structure the discussions today, we're going to have 5 sessions. There are 4 sessions of about hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half, and 1 short session of next steps, which is going to be the last one of 30 minutes. And what we want is a dialogue. We don't have long presentations. This is a format that we've been following for a few years at the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. So each session will have lead discussions, and then we will open the floor for a general discussion. When you want to speak, you just press the button here, and I'll give you the floor. We encourage all of you to keep your remarks. The lead discussants will have up to 5 minutes to make their initial remarks, but then I encourage all of you to keep your remarks to no longer than 3 minutes. The first 3 sessions will focus on the Jubilee report, but we want to do much more than just discussing what's been written. We want to go beyond that and come up with ideas for how to have the most impactful use of the report and of the other related initiatives. There are different debt commissions that have been working over the last year, and we have some of the members of the different commissions here. Some of them are also members of the Jubilee Commission, so there's some intersection. And the fact that there are, I think, 4 commissions on that shows how important this theme is. So again, the idea is to think forward. What we can do to help the countries that are suffering from this crisis to resolve this crisis. The first session is going to focus on basically discussion of the facts, and I just gave a very brief introduction of that. The second session this morning is going to focus on the policies. The policies are needed and the actions are needed to resolve the crisis, distinguishing what's easier to do from what's harder to do in the short term. The third session in the afternoon after lunch is going to focus on the international financial architecture as a whole. Our task is to reimagine the international financial architecture and how, if we were sitting here like in 1945 in Bretton Woods, but here at the Vatican, basically reenacting the international financial architecture, okay, what would we propose? That's what we want to discuss this afternoon. And the fourth session is going to be on debt and climate, as Sister Helen described, and the issue of ecological debt. And finally, we'll have the next steps. So we're going to begin with session one. We will have 4 lead discussants. First, we'll have Brad Setzer, who is a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations and a top global expert on debt issues. Then we have Dauda Sembene, who is the founder and CEO of AfriCatalyst. Then Alvaro Lario, not a member of the Commission, but the president of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, who will share a perspective from the practice and the practitioner view. And finally, we will have Mahmoud Mohildin, who has a long CV, recently been executive director for Egypt at and for a number of countries, actually, at the IMF, now the United Nations Special Envoy for the Financing 2030 Agenda, and also a senior fellow at the Initiative for Policy Dialogue at Columbia University. And then I'll open the floor. So let's begin with Brad. Brad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Martin, Professor Stiglitz, fellow commissioners, and the Vatican. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to have been part of this commission. I think the report did one thing very well, and it sounds simple, but it is often the most difficult. It provided what I view as an accurate summary of the current state of debt and development. It is not obvious, as the report makes clear, that there is too much debt. It is obvious that there is too much of the wrong kind of debt. The increase in the external debts of Africa from roughly $300 billion to $500, $600 billion for the public sector. For the lower and middle income countries, an increase of the same magnitude that brought total debts to around $1.2 trillion. Created pockets of distress, but as Professor Stiglitz noted, we're not in a moment of widespread default. We are not in a moment where overall levels of external debt make a compelling case for across-the-board debt reduction. But even in a world where external debt is not rising, and it is shocking that there's been basically no change to these stock numbers for the 4 years after COVID, the burden of the debt is rising. That is a function of terms that link payments to US dollar interest rates. It is a function of short-term market borrowing that when it is refinanced, is often refinanced at extremely high rates. A large number of countries are now paying over 2% of GDP in external interest payments. By comparison, the US, which has a substantial stock of external debt, pays 1.5% in external interest. 2% may not seem like that big of a number, but it corresponds to 40% external debt at a 5% discount rate, which is a level which in the low-income debt sustainability framework, I think is appropriately associated with a rising level of distress, and it puts real pressure on a range of spending. I want to put three concrete analytic ideas on the table. They reflect perhaps not that this is a Jubilee year, but rather the fact that we live in a world where my country, the United States, and its large fiscal deficit is putting significant pressure on borrowing costs around the world. We live in a world where large countries like Japan and the United Kingdom are uncertain about their ability to replace large quantities of 20 and 30-year bonds at reasonable interest rates. I think this world of structurally higher interest rates has profound implications for debt and development policy. First proposition, China's lending surge, which is now largely over, as a report from the Lowy Institute of Australia has made clear, highlighted that there is a lot of demand for infrastructure finance around the world, and China appropriately helped meet that need. Unfortunately, the lending terms put 15-year money on 30-year projects. The repayment terms are too fast, and it would be a wonderful contribution if China were to voluntarily agree to extend maturities. Second, the surge in market borrowing that when the bond market opened up to many on the frontier in the years before COVID, that surge and that borrowing has, in my view, proved to be a mistake. The money maybe closed short-term fiscal holes, but it was on too short a tenor to provide long-term financing for development. And as it comes due, it is being refinanced on terms that create future problems. And then third, I think there needs to be a profound reconsideration of the global development architecture for this new world of much higher and longer rates. Blended finance has always been inefficient finance. It is now increasingly too expensive to be a solution. And to conclude, and this is modestly controversial, I do not believe that IDA's market borrowing program, which extends IDA's reach, is tenable in the current financial environment, and new forms of concessional funding are needed in order for the world to deliver on its existing commitments. Thank you.
Douglas Mbene, next.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Like Brad, it's an honor for me to be here, not only here in the Vatican, but also as a member of the Jubilee Commission. And like Cardinal Turkson, I'm a debt expert because I'm also from a country that is struggling with debt right now, Senegal. So Martin, you asked for us to focus on the facts, and I'll be focusing on the facts for my 4 minutes remarks. When we do have half of humanity living in countries that are spending more on interest payments than they're spending on either education or health, when we do have almost 300 million people around the world who are struggling with acute food insecurity, when we do have 54 countries, as you reminded, representing 38% of developing countries that are very much struggling right now in terms of a debt payment by allocating more than 10% of their government revenue to interest payment. When we do have in Africa, where I'm from, more than 20 countries that are either in debt distress or at high risk of debt distress, the truth is we are in a crisis of development and debt. And when you do have a crisis, I think the natural instinct from a human being is actually to look at who to blame. But the reality is, as was reminded, this is a shared responsibility. It started with, of course, debtor countries. Some of the government in those debtor countries have been irresponsible in borrowing actually more than they could afford. But sometimes it wasn't only responsibility. It was also they had to respond to shocks that are actually coming from whether it's the health, the COVID pandemic, whether it's the climate shocks, whether it is, of course, security, because many of them are facing security crisis and they need to allocate sometimes very much significant resources to address those security tensions. So all of that, of course, make them contributed to their build-up. But they're not the only one responsible for this situation. We've seen also creditors, whether it's private or bilateral creditors or official creditors, who have also shown some irresponsibility by extending costly and sometimes speculative loans to those developing countries. We've seen also IFIs that have also their share of responsibility because of their flow policies. All of that, of course, against a context of an international financial architecture that might not have been always, actually, that have contributed to compounding those risks to debt sustainability that developing countries are facing. So when you do have a problem, a crisis that is the outcome of a shared and collective responsibility, you need collective response to address it. And collective response to address this crisis actually needs all of those actors, whether it's the debtors, the creditors, the IFIs, and of course the global community to play their role. And I think what is very much critical is when we do so, it is important, of course, to find ways, as described in the report, to address the debt crisis and to allow those countries who are really in a situation that is difficult to be able to restructure their debt and to be able to restore their sustainability and to be able to invest in development and invest in their population. But I think the response should not just stop to that. It must also include efforts to reform the development finance architecture that is also aggravating this situation. Because at the end of the day, what we want from here, and this is a vision that I hope we do all have, is 25 years from now, we very much hope when the Vatican will be celebrating a new Jubilee year, it won't have to address debt anymore. It won't have to focus anymore on the debt issue. And I think not only this work, but also the other initiatives and commission that Professor Stiglitz talked about, and I am proud to be part of one of them that is chaired by Trevor Manuel, who is here. Hopefully, all of them, with the work that will actually come out of it, will be able to make that vision realized and hopefully happen for the good of humanity, for developing countries and the world. Thank you.
Next, Alvaro Lario.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I think my first thought obviously goes to Pope Francis, with whom we have all had the opportunity, in my case, in some bilaterals, to discuss that and how he, well, apart from his encouraging words, he was always very much focused on those who are left behind. So I think in the case of that, that's a very clear case. Also, my thanks to Sister Alford and as Presidency of the Academy for putting this as a key topic. When we talk about that, and I fear that we have been doing so, yeah, as Professor Stiglitz was mentioning, for a very long time, we come always to the root causes, the global financial and economic architecture, the global imbalances that we're discussing on debt, tax revenues, ability to repay. After 10 years or a decade of having 0% interest rate, and now what has happened with the interest rate, I think this is becoming more acute. In some cases, it goes beyond the 10% of tax revenues. Ethiopia has 25% of their tax revenues going to debt, double what they spend on debt than what they spend on health. So the case is very clear. Whether we're going for a HIPIC 2 or not, I think probably the levels are not there, but clearly the ability to repay is there. I don't think that we are seeing for Seville up to a year ago we did, but not anymore, the appetite or the ambition to talk about the reform of the global architecture, so clearly it's not there anymore. We are seeing the US probably not participating, so clearly we are in not in a very good place. I wanted just to bring the practitioners, I would say, element. IFAD is an IFI, it's one of the UN specialized agency, the only one who actually has a credit rating, and I'll also touch base on IDA and also concessional finance. We work in 100 countries, mostly low income, low middle income, a concessional fund, basically investing in remote rural areas where 80% of the poverty is, so very much linked to what we are saying. Actually, in terms of food security, small-scale farmers where we work, the latest state of food insecurity has basically said what we all know, that the countries that more need this type of financing are the ones who have the highest financing gap, the highest food insecurity. So clearly there's a very big link there. So sharing our own experience, I would say we have seen, I would say, two phases. After interest rates went up, there was, I would say, less of a demand in terms of concessional finance for this type of investments on, I would say, it's what is called software investments or capacity building, or it goes more and more into only infrastructure. So many of the programs in development need extension services, need capacity in order to be effective, need, if you get to these remote areas or linking with the bigger infrastructure, which is what we do, you need this type of investments. Many ministers of finance say now we can only invest in infrastructure, that's it, nothing else. If you want anything else, we are not going to be willing to pay. The same goes with climate change, and many of the heads of state I visit in Africa. We are not going to pay for climate adaptation. It's very clear. It's a principle. So that makes it, in many cases, the floods, the droughts, the soil, the water, it's difficult to even get them to have that demand. So this is the current reality vis-a-vis concessional finance. Let me share, and I mean, it's clear that also when we talk about debt restructuring right now, there's a HIPIC Sudan. I'll share very briefly also our experience, but it's from a decade ago, and we know it. The composition of the debt has also changed on who are the creditors. The Paris Debt Club is not anymore as relevant as it was. The common debt framework by the World Bank is not working the way we would like to make it to work. So even the structures or the governance that are there are not working to what we want them to be working on. So this is the reality. The composition of the debt also very briefly, because it's very interesting. On the countries of moderate debt distress, a number of years ago, as a concessional fund, we changed the composition of our terms. It was before 50% grants, 50% very concessional funds. We went into 50 years type of lending, not anymore grants. Now IDA, African Development Fund, to the countries in high debt distress, to some of them, they're offering in some cases not anymore to provide grants, but to provide very long-term debt once more. So the composition of the debt, concessionality, trade-offs of volume, impact, where you go, the effectiveness of the sectors that we are currently funding are also put into question. I mean, that composition, we know in the debt sustainability of the IMF, the debt is the same no matter where it's coming from. So even there's also questions and issues to discuss. For us, that means that after what we have seen currently in the decomposition of, or I would say what has happened with US aid and other countries, we have seen a massive increase of demand. Right now for us, countries take it at any term, any size, because they know there's going to be a big gap. So also that's, we cannot be obviously a lender of last resort or financing those gaps. So my main point is that probably we're in an even more complex situation on the concessional finance. Then perhaps just to finalize, the question was more, what are the MDBs lending for, whether they're catalytic? In my view, probably not. We had Addis Ababa saying that we had to really, this private sector will step in. They clearly, the MDBs have not put enough incentives at the volume or trade, or let's say at the impact or the people that we want to serve. So yeah, there's also this catalytic element that probably is not there. Talking to heads of state also in Africa, they tell us, well, actually we go a little bit crazy. They tell us they can fund these parts, let's say, of a green hydrogen project, but these others not, because then I have to go to the markets, then basically all the project falls down. So clearly we are seeing it now with nuclear. So the main point is that sometimes I think many of the political elements also have an impact into this concessional finance. But the reality is that the demand is massive, but we also have to see what are the trade-offs between this volume, concessionality, and this I see it more and more in terms of debt versus grants, sectors that we finance. So we are there to support, in our case, food security, but yeah, it's getting more and more difficult. Thank you.
And next, Mahmoud Mohilin.
Thank you so much, Martin, and again, very grateful for the kind invitation and very excellent opening remarks. Thank you so much, Chancellor Turkson, and especially on your emphasis on the ecological debt, or what's been named as well by others as moral debt. I think this had been attributed to Esther Duflo in her work about how to balance the commercial debt with the moral debt for countries that have harmful emissions that are exceeding the threshold. And many thanks as well for Sister Helen and the leadership of Professor Stiglitz and Martin. Let me build on the very good interventions just now by Brad, by Dawuda, and by Alfred. And I'll take it from three levels. The first one, as always, remembering my village, admiring those who have some international roles and being in capitals, what is basically what you are doing for us. And we know that it's a tough moment in the geopolitics and geoeconomics. So the current kind of prevailing wisdom and old wisdom as well from villagers, if you cannot bring a benefit, at least stop the harm. And there is a great deal of harm associated with debt. There is a great deal of harm associated with illicit financial flows. It's not just because of bad governance in developing economies, but compromised systems of governance in many of the advanced economies that are allowing such illicit financial flows to continue to flow, including from the African continent, and been many reports about the negative flows that exceed whatever we're getting still of FDI, remittances, and debt-related flows. There are another area of harm because of the trade protectionism and the fragmentation in the system. And there is a great deal of harm as well of some measures that have been advanced to address climate challenge, including the CBAM, which had been very much following a flawed methodology, harmful to developing economies. And you never trust a methodology that has a lot of exceptions and exemptions and postponement from time to time. And it's good that Brussels is considering a postponement of the CBAM, and London has already, with a delay of a year than Brussels, to apply it in 2027. But this particular measure has a devastating impact on the production sectors in developing economies, including in African countries. So there is a great deal of stopping the harm, including debt, and I very much agree with what Brad mentioned in the summary of the problem, had been really summarizing adequately what we are facing. But the good thing that the report is providing some good, practical, workable solutions that do not need exceptional political leadership for them to be applied. And I think that had been very much in mind when these proposals have been put forward. And I'll put that in a context, because it's nice to emphasize these issues, and I'm happy that our work, along with Trevor, Paolo Gentiloni, and Professor Wang, supported by the Secretariat of the UNCTAD and the rest of the UN system, have been emphasizing these issues, not just about the numbers, the debt service ratio, or the outstanding debt to GDP, but basically about how much we're spending on debt compared to what we're spending on education or health, on essential services. Fine to say that globally, but when it comes close to home, I'm just getting an update on the budget being discussed today, as we speak today, in Egypt. The new budget is telling us that 66.4% is on debt service, and 13.4% in all public spending, including education and health, and 10% in areas related to wages, and another 11% on subsidy. And this is not an exceptional case in the case of Egypt. You see that in many countries, not the country that said that they cannot honor their debt obligations anymore, the 4 countries known to us, Chad, Zambia, Ghana, and there is some serious discussion with the 4th country, Ethiopia, but basically about the many other countries that are not defaulting in debt, as mentioned by Professor Stiglitz, by making the sacrifice in dealing with issues related to development as a kind of second or third rate of importance. So I'll conclude, and perhaps I give a segue, as discussed earlier by Martin, and my good professor Marcus Miller gave me an idea as well, very much related to what Professor Stiglitz mentioned, that we are assuming on whatever we are doing in the debt is working within a system, that the finance for development at large is working nicely on it, private sector flows are going to be there, domestic resource mobilization are adequately mobilized, there is no leakage in the system, there is some good coordination with whatever remained on the ODA. Some of these elements are, with some good generous assumptions of what we have seen, especially with the recent decline of the FDI. But what we saw a couple of days ago, being here, the Vatican is close to a miracle, and my good friend Sherry Spiegel is here. She can really tell us about what happens more in the room, that we have now a finance for development approved by consensus. Yes, there is a major country that said, no, we're not interested, but the rest of the world said, we're very much so. Having said that, that gives me those areas, because in many cases that we have seen in many countries, it's not just the problem, it's the cures that are being put forward that could be the problem themselves. So the first one is basically about what extent we can rely on the IFIs to help and for the MDBs to be supportive in areas related to debt management. Those who are following closely, and I know that Martin is doing that, the saga of the African Exim Bank should learn 1 or 2 lessons from areas related to the preferred creditor status and to what extent the MDBs and IFIs can really help countries while they have challenges in the understanding of their preferred credit status. And actually, one good thing that we need to, when we are pushing the IMF and the World Bank to do more, I don't think that it's in the interest of anyone to compromise their AAA rating or their ability to do funding if there is no arrangements to do that. There are a couple of ideas, and I hope that Trevor will pick them up in areas related to how to get these countries to do more without really compromising the work. The other thing is basically about all of these debt service proposals that had been put forward, giving us a great deal of hope, including from the Paris Pact and the Bridgetown Initiative, and here as well in the Jubilee Initiative. There are many ideas, but it's basically about not to have the debt service pose in time of trouble, but basically how to deal with this issue when the time is needed to deal with this problem. The third area, when it comes to the common framework, we know it struggled from the very beginning. It's a very slow process. That's why many countries are not interested to apply, including low-income countries. But the African continent, the majority of the countries today of the 54 are middle-income countries. And I think an area here of interest is to include the middle-income countries in this process. And this is a very big problem that we need some solutions for. And I know that we need to do more work, especially with the new creditors, including China, to play a game in this area. Other matters are related to the timeline and the length of the period it takes until you get the settlement needed. Then one good thing here in this report, but still we're very much struggling with the problem, is the debt sustainability analysis. It failed in many cases to provide an early warning indicator for countries. I quote a couple of African countries, including 2 are under restructuring of their debt now, that the debt service framework didn't really help them as an early warning. Now the revision is in the for the low-income countries. The one for market access countries is not even under consideration, and this is an area that we need some focusing on. SDRs rechanneling, since their creation back in 2020, the 650, there was a promise for them to rechannel. Until this moment, and they have been emphasized that rechanneling, or what my good sister Vera would say, it's not rechanneling, it's relending. So, are you happy now? Thank you so much. But well, relending or rechanneling, we haven't seen much of that. Just a promise without the delivery of that 100 billion. Then we have the debt swaps. We have seen them in this report. It's in our proposal as well. It's in the Bridgetown initiative, but they are being criticized as being transactional, piecemeal, and they may stigmatize countries using them. Can we have them in a better way? Perhaps the Spanish SPA or the SPA have an idea on a hub that can really do better in maximizing the benefits from debt swaps. Then, while the creditors are still organized in the Paris Club in terms of importance is declining. Back in 2020, the landscape, they were around 40%. Now the share of Paris Club as creditors to low-income countries is around 15 to 18%, and for middle-income countries is even less, around 11%. So the idea here, can we have a better coordination or a forum, as quoting the FFD outcome document, to organize the work of the Borrowers Club? And there are a couple of ideas on how to get this Borrowers Club to enhance capacity and technical assistance. Areas related to supporting the debt management units. Here in this very room, I think the French representative of the Trésor mentioned that his good technical assistance to one African country managed to save around 180 million euros of debt management because of good and better optimized solutions. Can we do a better job supporting debt management units? Because many of the ideas here are assuming that developing economies can do a better job in handling these reforms on their own. And finally, it's not just the fact, and it's a fact, that we are not living in a benign world. There is a great deal of issues that we can do at the national level, matters related to prioritization of spending, issues related to adequate governance, domestic resource mobilization. Here, there are a lot of things related to dealing with issues related to liquidity. Ishaq Douane and his colleagues, and Vera included, and others, have been working a lot that many of the problems could be caught while they are still in a liquidity challenge, rather than leaving them until they are in an insolvency risk. There are issues related to how we are dealing with the growth model by getting the public sector to do the private sector work, and the private sector is penetrating in the public areas. So there is a great deal of work here in the pipeline of projects and in the growth model, and a better division of labor between the private and the public. And again, issues related to capacity building cannot really be overemphasized. One very final thing, I took more time. I think in the questions raised to us yesterday, to some of us in the media briefing, Joe was there, Mariana Mazzucato, Martin, and excellent work by Jaime yesterday. One of the journalists asked us where the money has gone, that all of these accumulated funds. Is it for production or for consumption? From some few country cases, including from my own continent, most of the money recently are basically new borrowing to pay back old borrowing, not for consumption, not for production, but for something else, with a great deal of leakage as well in the system. So these are the problems that I'm happy that they are highlighted in this excellent report, fully aligned with the FFD, perhaps in some areas more bold and aggressive than in FFD. As we know, it's the one in the FFD outcome document is a political document, but this one is bold. It's not just good from now until 2030, but for post-2030 arrangements. Thank you so much.
So now let me open the floor for discussion. You can indicate if you want to speak. So, but before I do that, so I want to emphasize one more issue on the diagnostic that Mahmoud mentioned. So we don't have an international system, an international mechanism for resolving a sovereign debt crisis. And there is a constant evolution of claimants. Mahmoud was referring to the universe of development banks and banks in Africa that may lend at different interest rates, some of them not lending at concessional rates, and that raises the issue of how we ensure that there is comparable treatment of the different creditors when there has to be a debt restructuring, when they lend under different conditions and we don't have a system to deal with that. So I will include that within the umbrella of the diagnostics and the issues that need to be discussed in this and in the next sessions. So now let me open the floor. So first we have, you go first, please.
Thank you, Martin, and thanks everyone. I'm Keith Lockwood from UNCTAD. I just wanted to pick up on the stat you quoted from UNCTAD about the 54 countries, but also say that the situation is a lot worse than that. Because if you take a sustainability assessment, just a kind of rough guide of growth in the debt service and growth in the capacity to service, then we're talking about, in terms of external debt servicing, 2/3 of developing countries over the last 7 years have seen their debt service costs increase at a higher rate than their capacity to pay, represented by their export earnings. And if you take a subset of the developing countries, typically the less integrated ones, we're talking about their debt service costs growing at 3 times their export earnings, rather. And then on the public sector side, last year's analysis, roughly the same proportion of countries having their interest costs rising faster than their government revenues. And if you look at an update of that analysis, that percentage has now gone to 70% of countries. And in the context we are in now, the export picture is not likely to improve, and the debt service costs are likely to remain higher. We use the statistic of the London Agreement, and it doesn't actually contain a limit, but by implication, what was agreed at that time was countries should not pay, or Germany in this case, should not pay more than 5% of its export earnings to service its debts. The median rate now for developing countries is close to 16%, and 90% of developing countries are paying more than that 5%. So when we think of solutions to this problem, we have to look not just at the costs and the architectural issues of the debt, but we also have to think about the capacity for servicing going forward. And that's why the whole FFD process, which takes a broader view of financing, is important. But you have to link it to the trade issues, intellectual property issues, international investment forum, or standards rather. And then also on the primary income flows, you need to think of the fact that there's a net outflow from developing countries to developed countries that has averaged 460 billion rand per year, dollars rather, per year. I wish it was rands, per year for the last 10 years or so. So again, you have to take a broader view of the financing, because if you push financing away from debt, you say debt is bad, you should rather go for blended options and attract foreign investment, then you fail to recognize that those costs are also quite significant. And in many cases, they are hidden and not exposed to the same kind of analysis and transparency as debt is. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith, and thank you for the excellent work that UNCTAD is doing on global debt. Next, Gustavo Vélez, who is a member of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences as well.
Thank you, Martina, and congratulations again for this excellent job to the whole team. You have called, Martin, for thinking forward, some specific ideas on how about to strengthen the effectiveness of this very important report. I would like to share with you one specific idea, the possibility of establishing a debtors club. The most debt-stressed countries could unify a political action in order to strengthen the possibility of making some of these report proposals a fact in the next future.
Thank you. So I don't know if either Trevor or Mahmoud want to respond to the issue of the debtor club, given the recent report that was published by the UN expert group on the Borrowers Forum. If you want to do it now, that would be a good moment. Charles, can you press?
Okay, thank you. I mean, I merely at this stage want to amplify the point about a debtors club. Our group, as agreed it, we shared it with the SG. He's very comfortable with the idea of a debtors club. There's ongoing work in respect of the definitions, because some countries are both creditors and debtors, and so how we bring this together becomes an important issue. The one thing that we are abundantly clear about is that it can't be a club of debt-distressed nations. It has to be something that is inclusive, that allows for peer learning and the development of norms and standards going forward. The latest report we've had is that it's in the text for F54. I think one country that has excluded itself from F54 would obviously not qualify for membership of this club, but it's an idea, and the proposal is not just to have a loosely arranged club, but also something that has some administrative capacity and some muscle that will assist countries who, you know, because symmetrically, creditors have always had their clubs. Now we need something that represents voices of the South effectively. Thanks.
Thanks. So maybe I'll say something about, since there have been a lot of comments about FFD4. So yes, there was the U.S. announced that they were disassociating, and then after that, all countries came together and agreed by consensus on the outcome document. There was a very strange feeling in the room, because actually people were there was a really positive feeling, and many countries, I think, signed on to an agreement that they might not have if the U.S. hadn't walked out, but the rest of the world felt that they had to come together and have a strong statement of solidarity as the U.S. was disassociating. So I think we ended up in some ways with a stronger document than would have otherwise happened. The question, of course, will be implementation. But it really made me think of when we were, I don't know if anyone was at the G20 meeting in South Africa in February, but it was the same time that the FIX coalition had a meeting, and there was a bridge where FIX was on one side, the development banks, and the G20 was on the other. And if you walked across the bridge and were in the G20, it was incredibly depressing. And you walked across the bridge into FIX, and there was a discussion about what they're doing, what deals they're doing, how are they thinking about financing sustainable development. It was actually quite exciting. And so there's that feeling that despite everything that's happening, that coalitions are coming together to actually bring things forward, which we'll see at the SPA that Mahmoud mentioned, the Sevilla Platform for Action, where a lot of the points in the outcome document that don't say, where there's an agreement to do something, but it doesn't say who or when or what, coalitions of countries are coming together to make that announcement. So one of the issues that is in the outcome is on the Borrowers Club, that's correct. And we believe that there will be an initiative to get that started as well in Sevilla. I think the other thing I would just say is that the same thing with development cooperation. So yes, we know ODA is going down, and certainly an international agreement is not about to turn that around. But there is also an understanding across the board that we have to rethink how ODA works completely. And so there will be, again, a commission to think that through is going to be announced. I think this is all off the record, right? Because I'm not supposed to jump ahead of the announcements. But there is a real, I think, and everyone I think knows this anyway. But and a lot of rethinking as to how do we really rethink the development cooperation architecture. And that was actually one of the big issues that was somewhat controversial in the outcome, but in the end, there was agreement. On debt, if I can say just, there are 4 buckets. The first was on prevention, and on prevention, there's agreement on a consolidated debt database, agreement on a new group to think about bring a new updating principles of responsible borrowing and lending, and what does it take to implement those, led by the Secretary General, but with the IMF and World Bank, as well as thinking more about state contingent debt instruments and how to move those forward, including going beyond just saying the private sector should initiate those, but what would that actually take, because they won't do it on their own. And so to start thinking through mechanisms to actually make that happen, including insurance. Does one have insurance for those and then strip them out and have them trade separately and things like that. So that's the prevention. I think I'm talking too long, but so I'll go a little quicker. The second was on the cost of capital, and as I think Mahmoud mentioned, the Spanish are working with the World Bank to have a swap facility, or to at least get it started, to try to support countries in liability management to lower the cost of borrowing. On the issue of debt restructuring, that's much harder. It was one of the there were 3 really controversial issues in the outcome document. One was on climate, the second was on CBAM, and the third was on debt restructuring mechanisms. The Africa group really pushed very hard to start a process at the UN to have a new mechanism. That there was no agreement, and a realization that if you don't have the creditor countries there, it becomes a borrower's club. It doesn't become a mechanism that works. So, but there is an agreement to start up a intergovernmental process at the UN on debt. And so there's going to be a question of how does one make that really useful? And so that's also something to think through, and maybe ideas from this group can help bring that forward. So, and then to think through, if there's a borrowers club, how do we relate these? Did the borrowers club come and report to this group? How does one think about using this mechanism and all of the mechanisms that are together? So I'll stop there.
All right. Okay, so I'll take at most two more interventions. So it's going to be Mark, Jamie. Just want to make sure there was no one else who wants to speak. And the first session is probably the less controversial. I see virtually no doubts that the facts state that there is a debt and development crisis in the developing world. The second one, we will give more time to the second session so we can have a deeper discussion on issues over which there may be more, I wouldn't say disagreements, but it's harder to reach consensus on what's the path forward to resolve the crisis. So let's go with Mark Weisbrot from CEPR, and then Jamie. Mark. Please use a mic. And please remember that this session, not this session, the whole workshop is being live streamed, okay? Yeah. It's in the notes.
Okay, that'll help. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you to everyone for the great comments, and I find it kind of inspiring to hear about some of the things that Joe Stiglitz mentioned about, the combination of analytical effectiveness and moral values. And I think this is extremely important. So I want to focus on one thing that I think is really important, doesn't get enough attention, and that's the special drawing rights. Because I think it's the biggest thing we've won in more than 25 years. Just the absolute amount, it's $209 billion, went to developing countries without any debt or conditions. That's not including China, which of course, like the rich countries, can't actually convert them, so it doesn't have the same impact. And so this is extremely important. I mean, even to HIPC, it's much bigger than HIPC, because HIPC isn't even anywhere that amount of money, near that amount of money, and it's over many, many years of debt. This is 1 year, and this can be repeated every year. And I think it will even. I think many of us will live to see that actually happen, because, and so that's why I think it is the lowest hanging fruit of anything we can win that accomplishes some of our most important goals that have been talked about today, which include the debt, which include changing the international financial architecture, the international financial system. I mean, look what happened when, look at the United States, how vastly they've changed macroeconomic policy, which barely anyone has noticed. $10 trillion of quantitative easing after since the Great Recession, 7 or 8 years of zero interest rates. Then the pandemic recession hit, and we had 15% of GDP deficit in 2020 and 10% in 21. Never happened before in peacetime. Okay, these are drastic changes. What can the developing countries do that ever comes even close to making a dent in that? Okay, well, the SDRs gave a lot of countries a lot of reserves, okay? 209 billion worth, okay? That's a big start, and it can happen. And if and it can build an actual force within the IMF for the change, because what is going on here, let's be honest about it. This is the US Treasury Department running an organization of 190 countries, and it's not even, it's one part of the US Treasury Department, okay? It's not even necessarily the Secretary of the Treasury. And in fact, in 2020, when Kristalina Georgieva made her speech and said, the developing world is 2.5 trillion short of their financing needs, the Treasury Secretary shot it down immediately, and that was the end of discussion. And a lot of people think it's the end of discussion now, but it really isn't, okay? And what happened in that time, it was the Congress intervened, passed a bill for 2.8 trillion in the House, and then it was one vote away in the Senate, and eventually it happened, okay? That was a gigantic thing that happened in the world, and hardly anybody even knows about it. So why am I focusing on this so much? Because everybody here in this room, a lot of people here, and most people here in this room have some influence in the world, and this can be used because some career officials in Treasury don't necessarily have the final say on this, okay? And what will happen over time when we win it again, and it will happen, okay, is that there will be more of an incentive within the IMF for people to push for changes. And I guarantee it, on whether we'll win and when, I can't tell you, but this will happen. And that's why this is so important, because it's, as I said, it's really the low-hanging fruit of of most of the changes that we're trying to bring about.
Jamie.
Am I going next? Martin, and to all of our Jubilee fans online, good morning. I'm a simple person in the room. I'm not the academic expert on the technical side of things, but I've been around the issue, as you know, for 30 years in trying to actually get the policy change or the budgets appropriated to actually help these kinds of things happen. Worked on HIPC, enhanced HIPC, MDRI. And so one simple point, which is, and we've exchanged about this, please can we consider not calling it HIPC 4 or HIPC 3, because the words here matter, and heavily indebted poor countries is a pejorative set of words, and I can suggest we can brainstorm. Other acronyms are available. I like HOPE, the High Opportunity Plan for Economic Enhancement, or something like that, so it links to a positive future, not just the clearing away of past mistakes. And in that regard also, a request to everyone in this room. There is so much expertise, but there's also a lot of contacts and a lot of influence. And it's ultimately the influence that we're really here for, especially the influence of the church that's gathered us and the concept of Jubilee. So please, can everyone, when you're making your comments or proposing your specific idea in addition or comment to this, let us know how you think this can be actually done, because a portion of the people in this room view it as really their job to try and get that policy change or try and get that budget appropriated in different jurisdictions and different countries around the world. And so helping the advocates in country with information that will actually help get the policy changed, people you know, experiences you've had, especially, please socialize the arguments against your proposal so that we don't have to reinvent wheels, that we already know what doesn't work or what the arguments against something are, so we can bank those and be better at overcoming them. So this is not a specific point about anyone's individual point, it's about everyone's contributions in the next day. It would be super helpful to all of us who feel like it's our job to try and get this over the line. And also, there's not a lot of time, really. Professor Stiglitz, you said this was a short commission, but we don't have a lot of time. This is getting worse daily. So urgency as well as strategy, super important. Thank you.
All right, so let me conclude this session with a few final remarks. We have a view that, so I think in the room we share the view that some countries may have too much debt, but there are other countries that don't have too much debt. They have the wrong kind of debt, meaning that it has the wrong conditions. They are not being able to refinance those debts now, and the consequences for the economic and the social systems are destabilizing at times, and there are profound consequences for medium and long-term economic development. So either if a country has too much debt or it has the wrong kind of debt, it may be suffering a debt and development crisis, and that requires some form of debt operation, some form of restructuring as a necessary condition to get out of the situation in which these countries are. So we're going to stop here with session one, but session two is going to focus on what to do. How can we change the conditions in the system to make sure that the debt operations, the exchanges, the restructurings are needed actually happen. We will have a 15 minutes break, a little bit less than that because we started a little bit late and we need to catch up. So at no later than 11:05, we should resume, and coffee is next to us. Okay? Thank you.
All right.
second. Maybe this one. Please take your seats as we're going to start the second session. And if I can have the slides, thank you. All right, so this second session is about how to address the crisis in the year of the Jubilee. We want to distinguish the easier to do actions from the harder to do actions to help resolve the crisis, paying special attention to the current international political and economic situation. We also want to discuss what can be done now to improve the international financial architecture, especially when it comes to improving debt restructuring processes. I'll briefly, before I give the floor to the lead discussants, I will briefly summarize some of the main takeaways of the Jubilee report. I'll skip the data that we already discussed. So the report defines principles for resolving the crisis, and it makes a point that there are common principles, but given that the situation of each country is different, there should be country-specific approaches following these general principles. Among those, there should be no net transfers out of debt-distressed countries, meaning that it's not the time to amortize the debts. When debts come due and cannot be rolled over, if that's the case, there should be somehow a debt operation that ensures that the money from international financial institutions is not being used to amortize those debts, and at the same time, countries are not in the need of doing cuts to the critical investments for development and for the recovery to prioritize the payments of debts, which is what's actually happening right now. Therefore, there should be no bailouts of either private or bilateral creditors with the financing from the international financial institutions, the IFIs. Debt restructurings need to be sufficiently deep as to ensure that the new debt is sustainable, and that will require different debt treatment depending on the debt conditions, the debt situation of each country. And there should be an equitable treatment of all creditors, so technically has been dubbed as comparable treatment. Maybe the report doesn't go that deep as we could in terms of laying out what that actually means, because also it's a very complex problem, what comparable equitable treatment of creditors means when there are different conditions for the different debts. There should be a shared responsibility between creditors and debtors, understanding that governance and institutions matter, and moving from models in which what's prioritized is economic recovery, not contraction, not the austerity that contracts activity and therefore imports to lead to more availability of foreign exchange to repay the external debts. The report makes the point that delaying restructuring by borrowing at exorbitant and unsustainable interest rates, it's not access to credit markets in any sustainable sense, in any real meaningful sense. It only makes matters worse. So then the report discusses actions to resolve the crisis, and much of the discussion focuses on how to change incentives. The problem is that the creditors and the debtors don't want to come to the table as quickly as they should or in a timely fashion, because it's possible to delay, but delaying the restructurings creates more drama at all levels. The report discusses what could be done, and there is a set of recommendations for changes in global policies, the practice of international financial institutions, including the IMF, a more effective use of some of the tools that the IMF already has, like the lending into arrears policy that allows the fund to lend to countries that are in arrears, meaning in default, basically, with its creditors, and on the basis of financing programs that support economic recovery. And complementary, how to use the debt sustainability analysis frameworks more effectively for the identification of the debt relief needs. To change incentives, the report also advocates for changes in the New York State and English legislation for sovereign debt. It was a recent, we're finding very hard to make progress under the New York State law. The system over-penalizes debtors in default, for instance, by imposing a 9% penalty rate on the debts in default until there is a judgment. And that, of course, means that creditors are compensated swiftly, and they have the incentives to delay the initiation of the restructuring or finalization of the debt restructurings. The report also discusses what the international financial institutions, IMF, and the multilateral development banks could do when it comes to support for recovery programs to also entice private sector cooperation, and we will be more detailed about what we mean by that. Let me stop here with these initial comments and initiate the discussion. We'll have 5 lead discussants in this session. First, Kevin Gallagher, who is a professor at Boston University and the director of the BU Global Development Policy Center. Trevor Manuel, who is currently the chairman of the G20 Africa Expert Panel and also a very long CV. Vera Sonwe, senior fellow at the Global Economy and Development of the Africa Growth Initiative at the Brookings Institute, and also a top expert on these matters in the world. Ishak Diwan, professor of economics at the American University of Beirut, and a researcher at the Finance for Development Lab at the Paris School of Economics, who has done also extensively very important work in the field that's actually quoted multiple times in the report. And there is actually a supplementary document coming out with all the works consulted that include the work from IJAG, Martin Kessler, Vera, and others. And Patrick Bolton, also an expert, long time working on sovereign debt issues, and currently a professor of finance and economics at Imperial College London. So Kevin, you go first.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be part of this commission. Thank you to the Pontifical Academy and the IPD for putting it together and asking me to be a part of it. Like many in the room, I've been part of a number of these commissions. And what makes this one particularly stand out and makes me really proud is that it really emphasizes the human and moral dimension. And I think that's what we really need to build on moving forward. The report, perhaps more clear than some of the others, it really outlines some of the broader structural issues in the international financial architecture that have caused this problem, especially the waves of debt that are triggered because of advanced economy, monetary policy, and the premature opening of capital accounts in the developing world. The report also clarifies the difference between financial default and the fact that countries are defaulting on development. Too much of the official and sometimes expert analysis is focused around too much about the sort of narrow financial default issues and missing the human and developmental aspects of the crisis that we're in. To me, I think it's also the first of these to highlight the real importance of differentiating between the kinds of debt. Well, too much of the development and official community has focused on just increasing the total quantity of capital flows. to emerging market and developing countries. But this report really differentiates between long-run, productive investment for structural transformation versus short-term, high-cost capital that has become too much of the composition of many countries' debt profiles. The report is also one of the first to be bold and raise concerns with the international financial institutions for socializing the risks and privatizing the benefits of leveraging private capital flows, and for pointing to the IMF for forcing countries to prematurely open their capital accounts. What I'm also proud about in this report, however, is that we also don't just blame the global forces. We do acknowledge in a number of points in the report that many developing countries themselves have borrowed too much and invested too little across the board. So in my remarks, I've been asked to recommend easier measures that can happen. And in the current environment, I'm afraid nothing is easy. But for the purposes of this commission, to me, the most important appeal would be for the papacy and others to use this platform and its vast network to convene its own constituency, to engage with other religious and spiritual leaders in civil society, and to speak loudly to government leaders on the debt and development crisis through its human and moral dimension. And to raise awareness of the issue beyond the expert and official community, as Joe Stiglitz said in his initial remarks, and really bring this conversation to be a global one from the ground up. This conversation is too much at the technical level, and as Professor Stiglitz said, we need a groundswell beyond that to make policy makers and experts get in line. There's many similarities and differences between this particular crisis and moment and the last Jubilee. Brad mentioned a number of them, and we have. Of course, the levels of debt are not as high, but the service relative to revenue is high, and the costs of service are increasing higher than revenues, which says that the future is going to be a real significant problem. But the one overriding and jarring similarity between this Jubilee moment and the last one is that there's just too much quibbling and too much gridlock at the official and expert level, and that what it took the last time was to break out of that and to have a global conversation from the ground up, and that's what this has to happen, and that's why it's so great to be partnering with the papacy on this. You know, right now some say there isn't even a problem. Others say that it's a developing country problem and they have to suffer the consequences. Some say, well, there's some incremental issues and we just need some tiny fixes, but this report is loud and clear that this is a systemic problem that has major implications for not only the global economy, but global ecological integrity and the moral integrity of the global society. So in that sense, the Pope is our only hope. Just as in the 1990s, it took a global network of religious leaders and civil society to underscore the human and moral dimensions and speak truth to power to get experts and policymakers in line. Secondly, as Martine just outlined, the report has lots of technical solutions. A lot of them are super important, but we need an executive summary, as Joe said, to really highlight some of the key things. I think it's really important to highlight a few. Number one, just let's keep it simple. We need debt relief as part of a comprehensive strategy. That's not going to be the same for everyone. As we say in the report, it needs to have common principles, but it might be different for one country that might need a severe haircut, where another might just need some reprofiling and a bridge. There's a couple things I want to highlight that are in the report that are specific that I think are important. I think we all know that due to geopolitical and ideological differences, and now the remobilization of resources for defense and militarization, that the age of appeal for advanced economies is pretty much over to revise these institutions and to donate money. So one proposal in the report that would be was a call for the establishment of Jubilee funds, or perhaps even to replenish many of the funds that are there. And we note that given the very high price of gold right now, by selling some of these gold reserves, that we could replenish things like the Catastrophe Containment and Relief Trust and many of the other trusts that are in the MDBs, to be able to do buybacks for public and private debt, and also to reduce the cost of capital. Another would be to extend the maturities and lower interest rates for 20 years and more moving forward. But third, however, while we need a short-term effort of a swelling at the grassroots level and some of these potentially more low-hanging fruits, that aren't going to take widespread multilateral action. Especially many of us who are experts in the room need an intermediate project that I dare call Project 2030. When, in my country, when the right wing was sent packing in 2020, they did their homework. They sat down and they put together a comprehensive Project 2025, which we are now all suffering the consequences from. And we need to do that homework ourselves, and we need to put that together on what is an intermediate set of reforms. And the outcome document that we'll see coming out of Seville outlines some good goalposts, but we need to go much deeper on that, on what a sovereign debt regime might look like, how the IFIs can support green and inclusive structural transformation, and as well, at a bigger picture level, is how a multilateral system can be run that is not dominated by a handful of countries that may be unpredictable in their ability to lead these institutions. So debt relief is essential. That's the main message of this particular report. But we learned from the last Jubilee that debt relief without reforms of the international financial architecture will only make us circle back and have to do this all over again. And so it's a shame that we're in this place again, and let's not make the same mistakes twice. It won't be easy, but it makes me proud about this particular Commission report that it's not only an economic imperative, but it's an ecological and moral one too. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next, Trevor Manuel.
Thank you very much, Martin, and thanks for the invitation to be here. I want to pick up on two issues. First was raised by Mahmoud and the other by Jamie, and then expand to talk about Africa. But Mahmoud was raising the point about stopping the harm. Now, the report is not intended to, but somewhere in the system, we need to call out the fact that the greatest harm is caused by G1. And G1 is a single person who can decree that governments of NATO should spend 5% of GDP on arms. And suddenly ODA gets cut country after country, and we don't see this as a future prospect of another debt problem. And these are the issues that I think, with the weight of people in this room, and those who would align with the report, needs to call out. Because I think we're dealing with two worlds. The one is a rational world of economic persuasion, and the other is a crude world of horrible politics. And let's not pretend that the rational economic arguments are going to find resonance on the other side. I mean, you just look at a single piece of legislation, what's it called, the Big Beautiful Bill or whatever, and then you begin to understand that it even taxes remittances to poor countries. And so it's a very difficult moment, and I think it's quite important to capture the moment. Jamie's issue, which now has been taken up by Kevin, about HIPC and the language going forward is important. We saw the dismantling of the gains of HIPC 1, and it's quite important that we carry these issues forward in a particular way. Clearly, I find the report very persuasive. I do want to highlight some issues that I would have hoped would have received a slightly different treatment. And one of those is the sovereign rating agencies in the middle of this. I think that the report is too kind on the SRAs and their value and the damage caused by the ratings agencies. And I think there's such a large body of literature now. And I think the reports, drawing attention to the fact that ratings are negative in countries that have higher quantums of commodity exports. You can take that through. There's a large body of evidence, and I think we need to call it for what it is. I also, yeah, and that I think is a big pivot. I think that we need language that might be a bit stronger on responsible borrowing and lending. And you could take a single track of post-HIPC and understand just how this spins out of control. I mean, this is, after all, the essence. It's what Shakespeare wrote about hundreds of years ago. It's still very much at play in the way in which decisions are taken, and so let's try and bring these issues in. I do want to just touch on the work of the Africa panel, and the panel is being run within the G20, but also separate from the G20. So we aren't tied up, thankfully, in the hundreds of meetings. We have a panel of people who are actually quite busy, like Daouda here and others like that, and we can get on with it. And initially, there was an idea that it might just be a cost of capital, but there are actually a number of other issues that are coming to the fore. So the panel is working, but won't complete its work in time for the handover at the G20. But with UN, UNECA, and other organizations, we'll continue that body of work. And there are interesting issues arising in the context of the work. One of them is the costs of the interest costs that Africa pays to the IFC, for instance, is equivalent to 6 times the S&P 500 for the IFC. Not bad, not a bad rate if you can get it. And so the costs of maintaining the style in Washington are actually borne by Africans in a very distinct way. That's one marker we will put there and develop the work and take it forward. There also, there will be an important body of work on domestic resource mobilization, which includes taxation. So we as Africans aren't only looking at the rest of the world, we're also looking at ourselves and recognizing that there are deficiencies in our own governance structures that need to be carried forward. And taxation is one of them, but there are also a myriad of other proposals that we will develop. We will keep people informed on the work of the Africa panel. But what is very useful right now is the alignment between the work we're doing with the UNSG, for FFD4, the G20 panel, and thankfully, this Jubilee Commission. I think there's an amazing coalition of ideas and a very strong platform on which to stand into the future. Thanks.
Vera Songwe is next.
Thank you. Let me start, first of all, by thanking, of course, the Pontifical Academy of Sciences and then IPD, and in particular, Professor Stiglitz and you, Martin, for all of this work that has been done. Given, and maybe I follow a little bit Sister Helen as well, and this is the first time that we're meeting again since the passing of Pope Francis, and I just wanted us to start this with remembering a little bit what he said in Fratelli Tutti, which was as much love that transcends the barriers of geography and distance and declares blessed all those who love their brothers as much as when he is far away from him as when he is with him. In his simple and direct way, St. Francis expressed the essence of a fraternal openness that allows us to acknowledge, appreciate, and love each other regardless of physical proximity, regardless of where he or she was born or lives. And I think this is a little bit what we're doing here today, is trying to see whether we can bring back that fraternal conversation. We're all here talking about that and what will happen to the African countries. I think in acknowledging that, we're doing two things, and really we are talking about growth. We are talking about the desire for a lot of these developing countries who have an aspiration for prosperity, for better lives, for a better future, to be able to dream the dreams of today, to be able to do that without their government spending 10, 15, 20% on debt service. And I just wanted to sort of reshape that, because a lot of the times when we're talking about debt, and the report does a good job of sort of aligning that death and growth conversation, and I'll come to the substance and the technical part of it later, but I wanted to put this forward as this is what we're doing, because with debt, you can't grow. And if you can't grow, then the aspirations of the 1.3 million, at least Africans is not realized, and this is really the basis of it. Of course, today, in today's environment, you need healthy debt for us to have a healthy planet. And so for those two things to come together, again, the ecological transformation or the ecological transition has to be part of that conversation. We know, we don't need to be told, we need scientists to give us the details of it. But I think whether you go to Kenya, Ethiopia, Cameroon, South Africa, we're living the ecological transition, and we're not living it well. It is actually a harmful place for us. So with that said, I think this is what this conversation is about. It is about the fraternal engagement that we have for our brothers and sisters, irrespective of color, skin, creed, or geographic proximity to where we want to go. So really in line with Pope Francis, and we pay tribute to him. Now, coming back to the substance of the report and where we want to sort of maybe push, I fully align, and Mark and I, yes, we met in the bus this morning, but we have not talked before. But I think that if we agree that it is about growth, and then we also agree that nobody is growing, the G7 is not growing, even emerging Asia is not growing, Africa is not growing, Latin America is not growing. And so when the party of one does what is being done, he's actually also looking for growth, interestingly enough. And so I think that in some sense we are all looking for the same growth, and some of us are doing it in a way that hopefully is fraternal, and some of us are doing it in a way that's not. And the question is, where can we get it? And one of the ways where we can get it is trade. And a lot of the trade distortions that we see that exist today, and the link to our work is how it comes into the debt sustainability analysis, how it comes into our trade exchanges, and what kinds of patterns of trade we want to go with in the future. And when we must do that, I think the report does a very good job of talking about the IMF's DSA and the fact that we need to do it differently, and we must begin to see how we account for it. Not only do we need to do it differently, I think 10 years ago they added remittances to some countries because remittances were such an important component. Today, Africa is only 2% of world trade, only 2%. And this was before Liberation Day. Post-Liberation Day, we've probably gone down to 1.5. This is not a strategy for growth, and it clearly is a strategy for more debt crisis. And so we do need to begin to look at what is it that we can come out with. The good news is we have a response. It is a rare minerals boom. And so maybe we want to look at how we can do DSA analysis that are linking to this transformation of growth. And this is something that we can talk about. As Mahmoud said, the DSAs for the middle-income countries are done, but the IMF is reviewing something concrete. The IMF is reviewing the DSA for low-income countries as we speak. And so I think collectively we can all agree that maybe there is a campaign that we can launch that says, let's revise the way the DSAs are done so that the DSAs are not only doing stability, but they're actually doing growth. There's enough fiscal space in DSAs that actually encourage growth. But not only should they do that, but they should encourage growth in a sustainable way. And so one of the things that we're trying to do is put together what does sustainable investments look like? What is a sustainable road? What is a resilient building? What's a resilient school? So that the investment should go to that. And just as a parenthesis, I want to say that a lot of the debt that African countries contracted between 2002 and 2014 actually went to growth. A lot of reports have been written about the longest period of growth on the continent happened at this time. So we have concrete evidence that when the cost of money is low, Africa actually grows. We had 15 years of uninterrupted growth when the cost of money was low. We were not spending it badly. Let's be clear about that. So this debt is not because it was debt that was spent badly. It was actually the reason why there's only 4 countries that have come forward is because a lot of that debt was spent for growth. 15 years later, the debt is due. The debt was flexible, adjustable rate debt. Those of you from the UK will understand this. And so immediately overnight, when interest rates go up, your 100 becomes 350. Then you get into a crisis, and that is the problem. And so also, second issue is we need maybe the IMF not only to issue statements or views on the Article 4s, but each time a debt deal is done, maybe the IMF should issue a paper on that, what is this deal, what is it going to do to the country's debt projections, and how sustainable is that? Because a lot of us see these deals, and we know that they're going to crash, and we're wondering who is there to stop the countries? Has somebody done some analysis for that? We find out 3 years, and we all see each other, and we say, we knew it was going to crash, right? And we all say, yes, yes, yes. I think it is the job of the IMF in its surveillance function to do that not once a year or once every 6 months, but each time a country does it. Let's issue a statement so that the creditors know, the country knows, and the IMF itself takes a position. I think this may help us in managing the issue of debt and the cost of debt and how far we go with it. I think on the credit rating agencies, we do need to look at them. We also do need to look at the creditors, because when we look at the data, what is true is that today we have 10 African countries that are rated BBs. But the gap between the lowest access to market and the highest is 600 basis points. So even though the rating agencies have all said you're BB rated, some are going to the market at 400 and some are going at 900. It means that the creditors themselves have a different rating assessment. So we do need to talk to the creditors and understand, and that then also plays onto the comparability of treatment when we are starting to do the loan adjustment. So there are nuances for work that we can take forward, and I think this work needs to be done. I think on the debt sustainability frameworks, the idea of a debtors club, we need to find a name, and maybe, Jamie, this is another sort of pure piece of work for you. I think many countries will be worried to be in something called a debtors club, just by virtue of its name. And so maybe we can find a name. Maybe it's a For Growth Club or sort of Money for Growth Club or something. But I think I think the club is useful and important, but maybe we should change the name slightly so that it allows for more openness. I think already, and most of this, I'm just repeating what's in the report because the report is fantastic. Anybody who has not read it should look at it. The other thing that I think is important, and I'm going to stop here, is really around the surcharges. I think Mahmoud says this, and we continue to say it as well, is that essentially, and especially now, because the IMF is fully capitalized, that we do need to reduce the cost of borrowing, not only for low-income countries, but for middle-income countries also, because a lot of the African countries are moving into that category as well. And so it's a much larger range of countries that could benefit from that. And if we were able to do it, that would really work. And finally, this split between liquidity countries and insolvent countries, I think it's so important because we have a group of countries, about 23 of them, and Ishak and a few of us have been doing work, that are teetering on the edges. They can either fall or they could grow. We definitely don't want them to fall because we know that when you fall, you go deep and you stay there for longer. If we can give you a bridge to growth, then we should give you a bridge to growth and you keep going. And I think one of the things that the IMF is now doing is something called the three-pillar approach, which builds on the bridge article that we did with Professor Stiglitz and Martin and Ishak and ourselves. I think we should encourage and support this because it's really taking countries quickly out of debt refinancing. And there's a lot of them, most of them middle-income African countries, that can continue to grow and not fall into a debt crisis when we do not have a debt resolution framework for them today. Thank you very much.
Next is Jacques Diwan.
All right. Thank you. I want to build a little bit on that, but first I want to thank Joe and Martin for this, really keeping together this wonderful and very, very useful commission. The document is very rich, and now that I live in a developing country, I can tell you from the point of view of the South, this really, if the policy framework was like that, pick one, growing and developing. You prefer this one? Okay.
Yeah. Let me, let me explain one thing. Each of you have your name recorded in the system. It's associated with your mic. So that's why it's better if you always use your mic, because you will see your name there, and those that are watching the Zoom live can see your name as well, okay? So when it doesn't work, we'll try to fix it.
I'm not Mavis. Very good. Look, following on Kevin, Trevor, and Vera, I think I can be very specific because you've given us very good broad comments. And I want to focus on that issue of debt. The report does a very good job discriminating between the cases of solvency and illiquidity and coming up with different recommendations, and that's very good. But I think it's time to move a little bit beyond saying, you know, no net transfers out of illiquid but solvent country, and starting to say how this is to be done, and also stressing why it's very important and why it cannot just be done by the market. There is out there some kind of bad self-fulfilling equilibrium that requires collective action, that requires actually concerted debt rescheduling. And I think we've moved to that conclusion now, and we have to stress to the IMF the recommendation that you make, that they have the tools to actually force reschedulings of private debts when they are needed. Now, let me give you three sets of numbers that strengthen this argument. The first is, if you look at spreads over the years, they've gone through three peaks in 2016, in 2020 with COVID, and in 2023 with the tantrum and the high interest rates. And you know, each peak was way out, showing clearly that the market panics every now and then. And then they come back. But there's been a major change over these three crises. The lower income countries and the lower middle income countries have separated completely from the upper middle income countries. They used to be the same asset group, more or less, and now they're completely different. The median spread today for lower middle income countries is 750 basis points, and for the upper middle income, it's 250. So it's 500 points difference. Now, why is that? I mean, clearly at 750 over what, 5% more or less, 12.5%, you know, you're building a crisis down the road. We're going to hit the road. It's a slow building crisis. Why is it that the market thinks that these countries are so risky? Now, I want to argue it's a self-fulfilling bad equilibrium here, because if you can't borrow to refinance, then the surge of funding by the multilaterals is going to go for debt servicing, and you're not going to grow out of debt, and therefore these high interest rates make sense. But there is another reality that we can build, which is a better one, that would work better for everyone. Now, why are these rates so high? You would think maybe because there is more risk coming from domestic policies, but when you look at domestic policies in LMICs, they don't look more risky than in upper middle income countries. I mean, if you look at the last IMF report, the deficits, primary deficits are a bit larger, you know, -1% versus 0, but they grow faster. And debt, external debt, are lower than the upper middle. So, I mean, in reality, they're more sustainable. And indeed, I mean, there's a development crisis because they have been cutting their deficit. And so it's not for internal reasons. So as Vera said, it's therefore for external reasons. Now, what are these external reasons? It's very hard to tell, but two sets of numbers are interesting to consider. One is that MDB debts, multilateral banks' debt to lower middle income countries are by now 46% of their external debt. In the upper middle income, it's only 30%. So 46% makes your debt very inflexible. And so, you know, what we are seeing is actually a debt burden that's not growing, but it's changing in nature and it's becoming increasingly inflexible. And so it's reasonable for the private sector to say, this is too risky, let me not lend, but it's not lending that's making it risky. You know, the alternative is to have the economy growing, you know, rescheduling, refinancing, in addition to the surge, more growth, therefore the debt burden shrinks, the share of the private doesn't shrink, we stay in a more balanced situation. Why we don't see that through the market? Basically because, other set of numbers, the creditors are very heterogeneous. In the lower middle income, we have 13% of debts to China, which is large. and in the upper middle, only 3%. And so we cannot hope for collective action to do forced lending as they should for their own self-interest. And so this is why we need to do what the report says, which is actually force no net transfer, and that would take an IMF program that says you cannot withdraw your money for the interest of everyone during at least the period of the program, even if it takes, not just market doing it in a voluntary way, but doing it in a forced way. So basically, we need a soft window in the common framework. Maybe we can call it the hope window, but I think it's time to start addressing that necessity. Thank you.
And finally, Patrick Bolton.
Thank you, Martin. I want to start by thanking Martin and Joe for including me in this initiative, very important initiative. It's really an honor and a privilege to participate. So let me begin my remarks by going back to what Cardinal Turkson said earlier today in the introduction, and that debt is a shared responsibility. I think we have to go back to that. That sounds obvious, but it's a very deep observation. So there are responsibilities for both sides. So let me emphasize the responsibilities of the creditor. The creditor obviously has responsibilities not to engage in predatory lending. And so at the time when you make a loan, you have to ask, is that a reasonable loan? Is this a loan that is likely to be repaid under normal circumstances? But responsibility also means for the creditor not to insist on repayment when repayment is difficult or very costly, not to enforce the debt contract in an exploitative way. And there are circumstances when you end up in situations where the borrower will find it very costly, very difficult to service the debts. And there are many countries that we mentioned so far are in this position today. And there's no accident that in history we've had Jubilee events. This is going back to ancient history. So what's the idea behind Jubilee event? Well, every so often we forgive the debts because we understand that for many borrowers these debts have become unsustainable, and they have no other way of getting away from the burden. So Jubilee events are interventions by a sovereign into debt contracts, saying we're going to wipe out the debt contracts, okay? And I've outlined why you want that. But it's based on public action. Why do we have public action? Because the creditors either are unwilling or to exercise their responsibility, or they cannot coordinate to do the debt forgiveness themselves. And this is really the situation we're grappling with. It's a problem, especially in a complex world, many heterogeneous creditors. How do they coordinate to do the appropriate debt forgiveness for countries that are ending up in difficult circumstances? But we don't have a mechanism for that. And I think the report, I commend the report for emphasizing that what we need ultimately is a sovereign debt restructuring mechanism. This is what Martin mentioned already before. Failing that, what we're doing is really trying to find roundabout solutions, but most of these solutions are patches. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. The things that we've been discussing, some initiatives that are mentioned in the report, lots of ideas that have been introduced, such as collective action clauses and so on. These are ultimately patches because we don't have a proper system. So I want to emphasize that. So of course, the principles that are in the report try and address the world we live in with the lack of sovereign debt restructuring mechanism. I think they're very important, these mechanisms, and in particular, the one I want to emphasize is the no bailout from IFIs mechanism. That's been a huge problem that has basically resulted in the private creditors staying on the sidelines, not getting involved because they know that when push comes to shove, they're going to get bailed out. So why participate when they can get fully repaid? So that's a general problem that we had to live with. Let me add another point that I think is very important, maybe not quite emphasized in the report, and that is there are some false ideas out there that need to be emphatically called out and dispelled. And one false idea I want to highlight is that many people in the market believe if you have a debt restructuring event, if a country defaults, that's going to be terrible. The credit markets will punish the country, spreads will go up, borrowing costs will go up. That's a completely false idea. The true idea is that if you do the restructuring properly, you bring the country back to sustainability, and from that basis, it can again access capital markets at reasonable cost. Prime example of that is through the collective action clause retrofit, Greece wiped out 100 billion of its debt. You know, what happened to Greece borrowing costs? They did not increase. If anything, they went down. So I think this is a very important false idea that we need to regularly call out. Finally, on the one, what was it you said? The one...
G1.
The G1, yeah, on the G1. Yeah, the context we live in is the G1 context. So what does that mean? It means that we need to, and this is coming back to also something that was said earlier, we need to think in terms of willing coalitions, coalition building, and work ourselves towards the ultimate goal, which is to have a proper restructuring mechanism, which is to have better rules for the international financial system.
I'll open the floor for discussion. So we will begin with Brad Setzer and then Stefano, and then I go to the second row. So Brad, you go first. And okay, good.
Since I spoke broadly initially, I'll speak narrowly now. Martin, I'll use the Spanish pronunciation. I very much applaud the clarity of the proposed principles for debt restructuring. And I want to highlight some of the ways we've come short recently and put forward ideas for how to do better. I would postulate that the outcomes of many of the recent restructurings haven't actually led to a clear path back to debt sustainability. One reason for that is that, at least in my view, contingent instruments have become credit recovery instruments that don't actually provide any true risk sharing or downside protection. They are mostly upside vehicles for creditors. And frankly, if those kinds of instruments are used going forward, those of us in this room and the IMF need to just say no. Ghana has had success without offering an upside instrument to its creditors, and I think it has the cleanest path to long-term sustainability. Second, there is a need for much more transparency in the outcomes of debt restructuring. Some of us in this room were involved in the Puerto Rico restructuring. We can debate whether that restructuring achieved all of its goals, and the electric utilities restructuring still hasn't been completed. But you will find at the end of that restructuring process a nice chart showing debt service split between principal and interest before, under the old contractual schedule, and debt service split between principal and interest after, for the 30 years that follow the restructuring. You cannot find a comparably clear presentation of the outcomes of recent debt restructurings. That's a shortfall of the IMF. It is a straightforward set of documents to provide. And while it's fair to highlight the G1 problem, in this case, it's also a little bit of a G2 problem, since the lack of transparency about China's amortization schedules remains. Third, there is an issue with debt sustainability analysis. I think the biggest problems have actually come from the market access debt sustainability framework, not the low-income country debt sustainability framework, although it does have its difficulties. I think the market access debt sustainability framework highlights the risk of over-relying on one variable, gross financing needs, a rather obscure variable, and not looking more holistically across a range of variables when making a judgment. It also, I think, highlights a conceptual failure of the modern IMF. It is shocking to me, shocking, that the IMF embraced a debt sustainability framework that does not use the concept of external debt, that does not look at liquidity in relation to a country's foreign currency reserves, a concept of debt sustainability that is exclusively fiscal. So I don't think Jamie can make this work. It's a challenge, but I'm a big believer that the IMF and those outside the IMF need to start a campaign to make balance of payments analysis great again.
Thank you, Brad. So next, Stefano Samagni, who is a professor at the University of Bologna and also a former president of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences.
Thank you. The Jubilee report is really something of extraordinary relevance. So let me express my deep gratitude to Joe and Martin and those of the working group. I say so not because that is quite unusual to have a report with this shape and content. I have only a specific point to raise. I don't know whether or not it is possible to do something. As you know, on June the 4th, which means less than 2 weeks ago, Fitch has reduced the rating of the African import-export banks considerably. And as a result, that interest rates has increased. But that is not only the short-run impact, which is by itself relevant, but also because at the end of this year, it was planned that the first African agency will be launched, what has been called the African Credit Rating Agency. So now there is a sort of a practical contradiction, or pragmatic contradiction, because if we keep on relying on the so-called big three, Fitch, Standard & Poor's, and Moody's, that perhaps the move they have taken recently might march against the creation of the African Credit Rating Agency. I don't know if something can be mentioned somewhere in the report as an addendum, because this is a very recent event, and in my opinion, might have major consequences. And finally, a remark which was raised by other people. As all of us know, important decisions at the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and others require an 85% voting majority. And with a 16% share of those votes, it is a fact that the US practically has a veto power. That is something. Veto power is not only that affecting the Security Council, but even the... So is it possible to suggest a way out of this vicious circle? Thank you.
Next, Christine Allen from, okay, sorry. So it's Juan Echanove from FAO.
Yeah, thank you so much, and of course, congratulations, because the report it's really great, right? I just want to bring the topic of hunger, right? Because I'm not very sure if we are really realizing that for the last 10 years, hunger has been rising year after year. It started before COVID, it has continued, and we are at a record numbers, right? It's 735 million people, and the correlation that exists between high debt and hunger, right? So it's not just a proxy, it's a direct consequence of it. And I'm basically talking about this issue of no harm that other panelists have been referring to. And in this case, the harm is undernourishment and it's hunger. And I would like to kind of propose 3 concrete suggestions that actually could both apply to this section of the discussion today and to the one in the afternoon, because they are both like immediate, but also with implications in the long term. And one is the necessity to protect food-related public spending. So I guess that public investment in food security and nutrition should be ring-fenced, really ring-fenced. So this budget should be explicitly protected, right, in any debt restructuring process. Because at the end of the day, long conditionalities should contain these explicit safeguards to prevent retrogression in food access, right? Second is in terms of food security impact assessments that I guess should be mandatory. I think we all can agree that the debt sustainability frameworks need to be reviewed, and this has been already discussed, and it's in the report, right? But my point here is that basically we should need to think that, I mean, it's not enough thinking measuring a country repayment capacity. We also have to ask, as a very minimum, whether repayment is compatible with the survival and the nourishment of the population, right? And then finally, the idea of swaps, debt environment swaps, which I think it's great, and it's already happening at pilot basis in different places, and it's mentioned in the report, but why not also debt for food swaps? So in high-burden countries that could be partially canceled in exchange of, investments in food systems that could be verified, including, nutrition programs, food-based social protection, etc. So I would put it this way: recovery from debt must begin with this very question: are people eating? If not, the system clearly is failing. It's a bottleneck, right? And I'm now talking about the right to food, which is a right that is endorsed by 170 countries. I'm talking about multilateralism and the protection of human rights, but what I'm saying also applies to the right to health, the right to education, and so on. So maybe it's something that the report could also integrate further is a bit of the language on human rights, now that we really have to also fence and protect multilateralism. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm from CAFOD, which is the Caritas of England and Wales, and I want to pick up, I'm not an economist, I want to pick up that question of the groundswell, the really important need to translate at lots of different levels the technical and high-level amazing work of this fantastic report into a political will. And I guess that's, so thank you to all of the commissioners, because this report is really accessible as well. It's not just the content of it, it's easy to read and to understand. We are working as part of the global Caritas campaign to try and help create that groundswell in this Jubilee year. So some quick thoughts. I think there were some really important lessons and parallels with the climate movement. This isn't just about ecological debt, this is actually about the process of change. For 30, 40 years, the climate scientists were telling us the obvious. What was it that translated that, particularly around the Paris COP, into that desire for change? And it was very much Pope Francis's Laudato Si document. So if there was a way that Pope Leo were willing to take some of the elements of this report into a similar sort of document, like Laudato Si, but for the global economy, for an economy of the common good for people, that would be so, so powerful. What we have experienced over the last 10 years of Laudato Si is that ability of ordinary people in churches to talk about the climate crisis in a way that they would never have talked about before. And that is what we have to do about our financial institutions. People understand fairness and unfairness. People understand that global creditors at the moment are global loan sharks. Sorry. I was in a meeting with our development minister yesterday and said this, and she said, that is not the view of the Treasury, but that's another story. But I think the language and the passion is a really important side of it. So if we can encourage Pope Leo to do a Laudato Si on this, that would be so, so powerful. Leave that one to you, Sister Helen. But I think also there is the importance of that translating this into the political will. So as I said, I was at a meeting with our development minister yesterday, and she genuinely said, I still have lots of questions. I think the common framework needs to be given more time. I would like you to help advise, to tell me how much time is reasonable. I would love, working with Jamie, to bring some of the commissioners that are based in the UK or perhaps others to meet with some of our development minister, our chancellor, if we can get a hold of her. She seems to be in a lead-lined box at the moment. But to try and address these genuine questions that exist, because I think there are answers here, there are solutions. It's about translating it into that political will. And I think that we're working, therefore, at different levels. So as a part of civil society, part of the global Caritas movement, we're seeing a tremendous momentum here. Our supporters that I speak to are really excited about the fact that here's the church speaking out about a better world. And that's the kind of language that's so important that we need to do. So please, please keep at your high level, most of which I don't really understand, but do influence the people who need to influence, but please help us to influence our popular movements, our churches, our supporters, to be so that we are connected. And I wonder whether or not there's a regional dimension to this, whether or not some of the coalitions of the willing in particular countries could really get together a few key thinkers, a few politicians, create them within countries. And I realize that there's a lot of like the G20 cross elements to connect. So this is a complicated pattern, complicated map to map out, to matrix. But perhaps some of our supporters here might be willing to fund PASS and IPD and others to take that forward at a number of different levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Leonardo Becchetti, who's a professor of economics at the University of Rome, Tor Vergata.
Thank you, I'm here. Okay, I'm here. Yes, thank you, Martin. First of all, I want to agree with Christine. I think it would be very good, given the Jubilee year, the place where we are, if we can make a nexus between this very high-level report and the start of a campaign where the civil society can engage. I think that would be very, very good. But also I have a technical issue. I mean, the time I got my degree, I remember it was the 80s of the last century, and the Mexican leader, Lopez Portillo, said that he wanted to pay any more the debt, no? The Latin American debt crisis. And it seems that we are living exactly the same movie 40 years ago, 40 years after, because, fossil fuel price shock, high inflation in high-income countries, restrictive monetary policy, high interest rates, flight to quality, currency devaluation, double shock for the debtor countries, and defaults. So my question is, should we address properly the idea that the good debt and the good debtor is one who can reduce sensitivity to these shocks? For example, with state contingent debt, with reduction of currency risk. Let's try to put the debtor in a condition that, it is less prone, less sensitive to this kind of shocks. And I think we make a good, something good.
Next, Charles Abugre, who is the Executive Director of IDEAS and also a Jubilee Commissioner.
Thank you, Martin. Two sets of debt restructuring experiences in recent times may have relevance for the section on principles for the resolution of debt. one set of countries is Ghana, which Brad referred to as reasonably successful in its debt restructuring effort, and the other is Sri Lanka. Both of them had the experience of being simultaneously subjected to external debt restructuring and domestic debt restructuring, with the burden of the debt restructuring falling heavily on the local commercial banks, pension funds, and insurance funds. The implications of this for long-term growth is quite heavy and serious, but not seriously steady. One has to wonder whether this model of transferring the burden of adjustment to domestic savings entities, individual pension funds, corporate pension funds, and commercial banks will become part of the rule book of the IMF. The second experience is Ethiopia, I think, which has been highlighted somehow in the report, but needs to be, needs to be emphasized. So Ethiopia was the first country to attempt to apply for the G20 Common Framework debt restructuring. It was immediately punished by credit rating agencies. That experience has had an impact in the way countries in Africa whose debts ought to be restructured early and systematically are hesitant to do it. And one is Kenya. So Kenya is taking extreme measures to avoid a formal restructuring agreement and for the application to the Common Fund for a formal process, because partly of Ethiopia's experience. I think this issue of the credit rating agencies, which has been highlighted, and the incentive impact on countries that could otherwise benefit from early debt restructuring also needs to be emphasized. One last point I wanted to draw attention to, that the current nature of the debt burden in Africa is mostly to low middle income countries. This low middle income country debt structure has changed radically, and the main problem is not so much the growth in multilateral development bank loans, it's Eurobonds. So they are heavily dependent on Eurobonds. These low middle income countries are effectively low income countries. They are far away from being upper middle income countries. And they are very close to falling back into low income country status. They are all commodity exporters. They are all heavy food importers. And they're all heavy energy importers, meaning that their balance of payment situation is highly vulnerable. Question is, should countries like these be encouraged to go to the international capital markets for loans?
So next, Mavis Owusu-Gyamfi, who, besides being also a Jubilee Commissioner, is the President and CEO of the African Center for Economic Transformation. Mavis?
Thank you very much, Martin. I wanted to pick up on a few things that colleagues have said in the room already, but in my culture, they always say, go back to the beginning before you look forward. So in 2000, we pushed for HIPC for two reasons: human development and growth. There was a lot of work done on how to achieve that human development, and we made progress on it. And growth was defined as GDP, and as Vera rightly said, we made progress on growth in Africa for a number of years. But if you look at the original HIPC agreement, there was a very clear focus on transforming countries. And the idea behind transforming countries was that the dependence on export of commodities was not sustainable for these countries. Today, we look back at most of the countries in Africa, and although they grew for a very long time, they actually regressed in transformation. We didn't see progress on transformation. So it's not surprising that we are back where we are today with the crisis. So looking forward to 2050, some of us hope to be here. I really like the focus that the report makes on thinking through growth and transformation. But I'd like us to, and I know the report cannot do this, but I'd like us to start a conversation on the how. What is the type of global financial institutions that we need to help transform these economies, and how do we achieve it? What is the type of debt restructuring we need today for these countries to transform, and how do we achieve it? I feel like there's very little disagreement in this room on the what, but we have a lot of experts in this room on the what, and that's probably one of the problems we have. We need to hear more of the voices of the how, and I really liked Christine's point. You know, I sit in church. I know the power of kafut when you come and advocate. So the question for me is, can we have a conversation on how? Is it advocacy? Is it campaign? How can we get those changes that we are looking for? Because we can talk about IMF and IMF and IMF, but it's actually not the IMF, the institution, okay? It's the shareholders. How do we influence the shareholders to achieve the DSA changes that we are looking for? How do we influence the shareholders to achieve the liquidity facilities that we are pushing for? So for me, this is what I'd like us to have spend some time talking about. And in all of this, how can Pope Leo champion a coalition of like-minded individuals? I was around when people like Jamie were really pushing for a coalition for change. And we don't seem to have a natural leader, a natural driver for that coalition with this one. Can the Jubilee report help us find that natural champion? Thank you.
So before Michael, Michael Jacobs, please.
Thank you very much, Martine. I wanted to follow Mavis to make sure that we all are in the same place on the what, which is growth, but it has to be sustainable growth, ecologically sustainable growth, and not just financially or fiscally sustainable growth. One of the things that we've learned over the last few years, which is expressed in the report for those of you who may not have already seen it in the expert review on debt, nature, and climate, which Vera co-chaired, is of the risks which developing countries, and indeed developed ones too, now face from climate and nature crisis. Not just physical nature and climate risks, but financial and economic risks. There is no growth with the current rates of ecological destruction and climate impacts. And so we have to find a path which can get both income growth, which is absolutely essential, and also restoration of nature and amelioration of climate impacts, most of which in most developing countries is resilience and adaptation more than its mitigation, if we're honest, because the risks arise from the climate impacts that are currently occurring. Now, obviously, in larger developing countries, mitigation is important, particularly in larger ones with significant emissions, but it is adaptation that is most required, and we have to build that into our economic understanding, including in the macro models that we build and in the debt sustainability analysis of the World Bank and the IMF. And although we have, broadly speaking, at a very high level, with the exception of the G1, an acceptance that we need sustainable development. I mean, and literally they have withdrawn from the concept of sustainable development. Actually making sure that that is the priority in development planning. We still have some way to go, and the comment made that African finance ministers are downgrading adaptation under conditions of financial scarcity is not surprising, but is obviously worrying. This report, which I think is brilliant in many ways, could be strengthened in that respect, and in future work, and building sustainable development, ecologically sustainable growth into the core understanding of what it is that we need to do in both developed and developing countries. This is not just about the global south. Seems to me to be critical, and I hope we are all agreed on that.
Thank you. Next, Mahmoud Mohildin.
Speakers in this panel, and quick reactions. And I'll start by the interesting and controversial issue Vera mentioned about growth. She's very much right. It's very much as well the case that's the growth model. It's not just having a couple of good years of 4% plus or 5% or even 7%, and how that growth model is being funded. And I remember 30 years ago, used the good work of Joe Stiglitz and credit and portfolio management and credit rationing and the guidance of Marcus Miller. It's not just the national solutions, it's basically how the households behave, how do they save. In my country, we are still incentivizing investments as much as we can, but disincentivizing savings at the household level by a variety of financial repression. Areas related to financial development are lacking, and it's not just a particular case, even after years of financial liberalization. So how the development model is being funded, and this issue of the investment savings gap and the other issues of priority that we mentioned in the budget need to be addressed as well. I'm saying that because we are very much in a completely different world. And in many of the elements that I think in this particular report we managed to avoid is not to fight the old war, because we're still under the assumption that there are a couple of capitals in Paris, in London, in New York who are going to do the negotiations. Trevor remembers when DSG, on behalf of the Secretary General, asked us to do some work independently. We said, well, there is no solution unless we tackle two issues: the private sector creditors and the new emerging markets creditors, in particular China. So beyond that, we are wasting time because, and this is basically the kind of debt profile in the landscape that we need to deal with. And the incentives when it comes to restructuring, I was part of that in 1995 when we did the follow-up of the Paris deal with the World Bank and the IMF. At the time, the Paris Club with the bank and the fund were basically the only game in town, or the only games in town. But now it's completely different. And you see who is your creditors. Yes, the point raised by Charles, the issue on the Eurobonds, very much important for low-income countries, low-middle-income countries in Africa. And if you trace that Eurobond, you might be seeing your pension funds and your national banks are the eventual bond holders. So when you are saying to be smart, get this kind of haircuts, you'll be seeing some of your national institutions are being harmed in the process. So here, it's much more complicated than what used to be. Of course, we need to check the original sin. What kind of the growth model do we have? What kind of mobilization of funds that we need to do this for the future? But currently, I think we are left with two things. One that I've mentioned, how to deal with some of the existing institutions, including the role of the IMF. I'm speaking under the control of the UDA. It takes struggle, really. On what you mentioned, the surcharges, it was 3.5 years of coordination within the board, great support from Joe and Martin and others, but when we started in September 2021, I know that you started even before that, we got the results in October 2024. And we know many people here are witnesses of that, including Eric, who's here, and Jeff and others, that it takes a lot of time for negotiations and lobbying within the board and outside, 3.5 years. Cases on how the IMF gets a better understanding of what climate finance means 2.5 years. That's not just about carbon pricing and decarbonization. There is something called adaptation with serious implications on budget. How long it took for an RST to be established? 18 months with the leadership of Kristalina. How many decades it would take for the fund to be more even-handed than what it is? I think we started like 20 years ago without good success, but this is a continued kind of struggle. So yes, great to have these kind of reports, but basically the representation at these institutions need to do a better job. And that gets us into the effectiveness of what, let's call it the club or the forum until it has a better name than Borrowers or Debtors Club. I think one of them is basic about the operationalization of the good principles of lending and borrowing mentioned in the outcome document on the FFD, based on the good work of the UNCTAD of 2012-2013, and could be built more on that. But really, this could really be a good coordination mechanism for borrowers' countries and many of the supporters of good causes going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahmoud.
Thank you, Martine. Eric Lecomte of the Global Jubilee Movement and Jubilee USA Network. It's a real honor to be here with you, and this report couldn't come at a more critical time. In terms of some of the questions raised specifically about the report and us being able to use it in popular ways, I do believe, in addition to the executive summary that Joe has noted and others, we would suggest that there are 3 things that are critical to understand this report in a more popular context. First is the context itself. Second is being able to make aspects of the report more understandable. And third is the need to have external surrogates and validators that translate this message and take it on as their own. So the context, why is this report so urgently needed right now? Because African countries and all low-income countries spend 2/3 more on debt payments than they do on education, poverty alleviation, and all social services, including health, combined. The World Bank just released a very critical context for this report, that the numbers of those who are living in extreme poverty has increased to 800 million people. And we still deal with the social sin that 5 million kids under the age of 5 die in developing countries every year from preventable diseases. That context is absolutely critical as we move forward a popular understanding of this report. The second area, which we think is very important, is translating certain elements. While those of us in this room may commonly use some of the language in the report, we do need a glossary of terms. I sat yesterday with our partners from the Holy See and members of the Vatican Press Corps, and I sat as they continually asked, Eric, what is a net asset transfer? Eric, what is a capital control? Eric, what is debt sustainability analysis? And so if we are going to move what is not a menu, but a listing of all that we need to accomplish in the years to come, it's critical that we have that definition. And then we need surrogates, we need validators, not only Pope Leo, who we know already will support and supports this report, we know that we need the validators of others. And that's absolutely critical in this particular moment. And that can make the report, as powerful as it is, much more useful for popular contexts. How have we started to translate this report so far and the work of the report? Well, with our partners at Caritas Internationalis and more than 200 organizations and religious groups around the world, we have launched a petition that is being signed in churches, in synagogues, in temples. When we look back at Jubilee 2000, when in 1997, St. John Paul II called into being a real movement for the Jubilee based on scripture and Catholic teaching for debt relief, in that moment we had a similar petition that took 7 years to organize. People will remember, not year, not a month, not a week. And over that 7 years, that petition, which not only called for massive debt relief and alleviation of poverty, that petition was the first, supported by the Catholic Church, to call for a new international-like bankruptcy process or restructuring process, which is a part of the report proposals today. And when St. John Paul II took that action, it became the largest interfaith mobilizing action of the Catholic Church to date. Before that moment, St. John Paul II had been a part of one interfaith prayer service. But what happened with Jubilee 2000 is we saw religious institutions of every stripe gather. And I'm proud to share, coming from the G7 summit in Canada, with our dear friend Cardinal Barreto from Peru, who represented us and all others there. Every major religious tradition was there. With our global partners, we delivered the first round of petitions. Not 30 million, you don't do that in 2 months, but 150,000 global petitions from countries all over the world. And this is ultimately why, with Caritas, with all faith groups and groups around the world, and now with labor unions and others, we have called for not just 1 year of campaigns, but we have agreed that what we need for Jubilee 2025 is 5 years of campaigns, 5 years to build and spread the petition. And as people of faith, knowing that a critical part of the Jubilee year is going on pilgrimage, that G7 meeting was our first pilgrimage to take place in 5 years with religious institutions, unions of every stripe around the world. We were hundreds. We soon will be thousands. At every major UN forum, at every G20 meeting, every G7 meeting, every IMF and World Bank meeting, we will lead greater pilgrimages. And the organizing for South Africa is well underway, and we will quadruple the amount of people in South Africa for the summit from around the world. For the last 3 years, our African partners have been working towards this moment. So we feel prepared, but the reality is that as we organize and we take this report and offer more popular messages around it, we have to remember we need clear context, we need translation, and we need powerful surrogates and validators. This is what will make this truly remarkable report a popular report and something that we can utilize around the world, not only to move change, but to do what we did during Jubilee 2000, create new, transparent financial structures. That means today, 52 million kids have gone to school in sub-Saharan Africa who never would have seen the inside of a classroom. What this means today is, according to Jim Kim, former head of the World Bank, what the Jubilee movement accomplished with Jubilee 2000 was essentially the most profound economic growth the African continent had ever seen. This is what we're called to do, led by our heroes, our saints, John Paul II, Pope Benedict, Pope Francis, and now Pope Leo, because not only are these core parts of Catholic teaching, these are core parts of teaching of every major religious institution in the world. These are core values that we carry in our homes, our families, and among secular communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next, Alfonso Apicella from Caritas Internationalis.
Thank you so much, Martin. Good morning, everyone, and I'm absolutely honored to be here among you today. Caritas Internationalis is a network of 162 humanitarian and development countries in the world, including CAFOD here present today, that is working with great partners like Jubilee USA that Eric is representing, and Jamie, among other people and organizations. I'd just like to actually build on quite some points that have been made so far, mainly around the framing of the issue and how we are going to work with that going forward. So the first thing that springs to mind and what I'm hearing is that we need to be building and working towards sustainable growth. But for whom? Because I think that that is the question that we get asked time and again. When we launch a global campaign called Turn Debt into Hope, with many different articulations in the world, so we're using different language, but the meaning is basically the same. We're going with a global petition that Eric was hinting at. People are asking, who is that sustainable growth addressed to? And the answer is that we need to kind of talk about sustainable growth for all, and we can't forget that bit. Sustainable growth for everyone, and not just for a few. And I think that's something that we really need to work hard to remember whenever we talk about sustainable growth, and that's coming from the grassroots and the lived experience of so many people who are experiencing what, we're talking about today in a much more, technical way. I think the second point that I wanted to make is around the public attitude. How do people understand that? There's fresh, recent research, and there's evidence around how people understand debt, and which is why we're also doing a global campaign. And I think that one of the elements that we need to remember is that a win-win situation for everyone is how we need to be framing the debt justice issue for our global campaigning and advocacy work. If we do this for the poor, people who have decision-making powers need to understand that they're also going to be better off. How do we do that, though? What kind of expertise, what kind of knowledge can we also utilize for that to happen? My third point is about what is it that we really need to be doing between now and 2030? So when we had the Stern report, I may be wrong, but it might have been 2008. I don't remember that by heart. Was it? Okay. Professor Stiglitz is nodding, so that's a yes. 6, thank you. I think that one of the most striking findings was the cost of inaction around climate inaction. So is there going to be something similar that we need to be working on together, utilizing collective intelligence, so everyone's on board, to have some sort of Lord Stern's version of the debt justice issue that we're working on together? Now, my Latin is not that great, so I thought, because Pope Leo mentioned Rerum Renovarum, maybe we should have a Rerum Renovatio now. So I very much like Christine's input about having some sort of Laudato Si around that justice, but about what we're doing now, using what is going on in the 50-plus developing countries where debt is a vital issue now. So just to say and build on what Eric just mentioned, we have more than 170,000 signatures collected so far. But we have so many more because so many organizations, so institutionally signed the petition from all over the world, representing hundreds and maybe thousands of other people. So we have so many more. But what kind of new space do we need to create together, building on this fabulous Jubilee report? Thank you.
So now, Joe Stiglitz.
Well, this has been a very rich discussion, and I want to first particularly note the people from Caritas and from other civil society groups, and I hope we will continue to work with them and we can get feedback about how we can be clearer, because while this is in many ways partially an academic, we've enjoyed trying to think through these issues, and they have a certain complexity to it, and that sort of entices us. In the end, we really are want something to happen, and we really depend on you to make sure that we're articulating, expressing what these ideas in ways that can be transmitted and that give it the urgency that's just been mentioned. Part of the point that's already been emphasized is the importance of making sure that the debt restructurings that do occur don't come at the expense of the people in the country. And that was one of the principles that we talked about, growth rather than austerity. But it's also related to the point that was made in the discussion that the distinction between the way in which debt restructurings can undermine domestic financial institutions, undermine domestic growth, and some of the debate going on now about the extent to which domestic debt and foreign exchange debt get treated will have big implications for the impacts, the differential impacts on foreign creditors that could and should be absorbing the risk, and the impacts on the domestic economy. So I think that's a really important message. I want to go back to, very briefly, to just make a few comments on some of the remarks that have been made. One of them I thought was a really important one that we do talk about, the shared responsibility of both creditors and debtors. But I would put in this, while it's shared, in some sense, there's greater responsibility on the creditors. And the reason I say that is these are voluntary exchanges. Nobody made the creditor lend. The creditors are supposed to be the experts in risk analysis. And the debtors tend to be people who go into market once or twice, and you know, a political leader who's never done it before. So in some sense, because the creditor is there all the time, the debtor is relying on the creditor to do a risk analysis and say, you know, you really shouldn't be borrowing. I shouldn't be lending. And yet the creditors lend continuously or repeatedly too much. Now, you have to understand why that is, and we didn't perhaps go into that as much, but we talked about there are agency problems, we would call agency problems within the creditors. The people get rewarded for making loans. We saw that very much in the Latin American debt crisis. But there's another aspect that is that, in fact, capital markets, financial markets don't work very well. And making loans at very high interest rates to developing countries pays. You get more than a risk-adjusted return to your capital. So that obviously incentivizes people for making the loans. Now the question is, coming back to some of the people making the loans are pension funds, but they're pension funds who are being advised by people like BlackRock. So 2 points. One is the pension fund on average gets compensated. You shouldn't look at it ex post and say, well, this particular instance you're losing. On average, they're more than compensated. So while I have a lot of sympathy for pension funds, the fact that on average they're getting compensated makes me a little bit less sympathetic. But the real onus of our focus ought to be on BlackRock and the other funds that are engaging, supporting this kind of lending activity that repeatedly leads to financial crisis. Those same agency issues are an impediment to debt restructuring. People have often said, look, at debt restructuring is good for the borrower and for the creditor and the lender. The creditor and the borrower. Why doesn't it happen then? Well, one of the reasons are the intercreditor conflicts. Everybody wants the other guy to pay. But another reason for it is that there are agency problems in the creditors. The guy who made the loan 3 years ago doesn't want to admit, I made a really bad loan. So he struggles to get back as much money as he can, at the expense, in some sense, of the long run of even the creditors, but even more of the debtors. So a lot of what we try to do in this report is to try to think about how we can change some of the incentives. Partly by bringing this out in the open, these kinds of failures in the way markets work in the open, hopefully that scrutiny will itself provide a critique and pressure on, BlackRock tried to, the head of BlackRock, Larry Fink, tried to represent himself as the world leader in ESG and good behavior, corporate good behavior, and there's some questions about that. But at least by calling attention to it, it does put pressure. But I'm going to make a few comments now about some of the other ideas that we have in the report of trying to provide better incentives for debt restructuring. Now, one of the interesting ideas that come up several times is the distinction between solvency and liquidity. And one part of that idea is that if you could only get a debt restructuring, if you could only get a reprofiling of the debt, so you could extend maturity, you would make it safe, that would lower, because it's safe, the interest rates would be lower, and that would make it sustainable debt. The problem is the private sector won't accept, in general, the private creditors, the lowering of interest rates that corresponds to that lowering of risk. They thought they were getting 9% interest. Tell them to accept 7%, they're not very interested in it. In fact, tell them to accept 4%, they're even less interested. So the implication of that is that the distinction between solvency and illiquidity is not as clear as you might hope if you had a more cooperative arrangement. So, yeah, it is true that the high interest rates lead to higher probabilities of debt, which justified the high interest rates, and there's a better equilibrium where there's a low interest rate and a low probability of debt, but getting to that may not be easily achievable. Moreover, as I said before, even once you get to a low probability of debt, the private creditors typically demand an interest rate that is significantly higher. To me, one of the answers to this conundrum is a larger role for development banks, which can borrow typically at lower interest rates, particularly multilateral development banks, regional development banks, not just the existing ones that we ought to be thinking founding new ones. And if they can borrow at that lower interest rate, then passing that on, that is one way of getting the interest rate lower. one of the proposals that we have in the report was, providing breach funding on the condition of the lowering of interest rates. But while I think it's an interesting idea to provide incentives, I'm not sure it provides enough incentives. I don't know whether the private sector like BlackRock would go along. There's another related idea that we talk about that Martin mentioned in the opening slide, which is the no bailout. That if you look at the flow of funds at a macro level, the IFIs, international financial institutions, have been bailing out the private creditors. Their knowing that they're going to be bailed out provides incentives for them not to lower the interest rates and not to be part of the quick restructuring. And that's why we think that a hard and fast rule of no bailout would actually lead to a better global financial markets and incentivize actually restructuring. We got asked yesterday in our press conference an interesting question, but if you did that, wouldn't that lead to higher interest rates? Because now the interest rate already reflects the optimism that they're getting bailed out. So yes, it's outrageously high, but in that outrageously high, they already have incorporated a belief that they're going to be bailed out. Now you tell them they're not going to be bailed out, and they'll demand an even more outrageously high interest rate. Well, part of the answer to that, I think, to that is we think that it would encourage good lending as opposed to bad lending. We talked a lot about the quality of lending, and that the lending that is good won't need a bailout. So you're discouraging the guys who are relying on a bailout and encouraging those that don't. So our hope is that, in fact, the adverse effects won't happen. Let me just make two very brief comments because I know we're late for lunch. The fundamental reform that is needed, obviously, is a sovereign debt restructuring mechanism of some kind. And one could think of a lot of the short-run initiatives that we're talking about as a substitute, a partial substitute, for that kind of international bankruptcy court. And I want to mention one example of that we talk about that could help serve that function, and that is a better DSA, debt sustainability analysis. The debt sustainability analysis says how much debt a country can repay. By having a good debt sustainability analysis, which doesn't exist currently, you tell the market you can't squeeze water out of the rock. Isn't that the metaphor? The point is that letting the market know there's just no more money there, how much is in the pie without causing enormous social unrest, depriving children of health, education, depriving the country of future growth. So you do a credible debt sustainability analysis, and that gives a picture ex ante of what there is available. And the hope is that by improving the debt sustainability analysis, you know the size of the envelope that is available, and that will bring people, and then particularly if you have legislation in the UK and the US, New York State, that says private creditors can't get more than public creditors, then you have a framework for fair sharing, and then you get an incentive to come to the table, and let's try to talk about what what is a reasonable solution to some of the difficulties that our countries face. Finally, I want to make a remark about SDRs, which I've been working on for a quarter century, pushing the idea, and I'm really so glad that they're back in the public, in the debate. In the short run, as you know, there's a problem called the G1 that Trevor talked about. And as somebody else mentioned, at the IMF, where they issue the SDRs, the U.S. has a veto, not on all issues, but this is one issue in which I think they do have the veto. They can issue a little bit more without a veto, I think. But in any case, it will become very difficult. What happened in New York in the consensus agreement on finance for development may be illustrate a way forward, which is the U.S. Didn't participate, and there was a global consensus. People so happy to be able to get together that you got a consensus document. Here, there should be a coalition of the willing. You don't need everybody, you don't need the IMF to issue a global reserve currency. In the report that we did for the UN commission I chaired after the global financial crisis, we proposed a global reserve currency, and we were very explicit. We weren't sure the IMF was the right place for it. The point I'm making is that Europe, China, Brazil, the other central banks could come together and issue a global currency together, effectively swap lines that were mutually recognized. And that would provide the kind of currency, the currency that would serve the function that we've talked about. One of the ideas that Spain had put forward for using SDRs was for debt buybacks. And that is an easy way of reducing the burden of debt without engaging in those complicated negotiations. And so that was at least one idea. A Jubilee fund, they call it a Jubilee fund, funded by this kind of SDR issued by a coalition of the willing, which would at least offer the prospects of lowering the debt burden on a significant number of countries. But this broader issue of SDRs could be used for lots of other purposes to promote development, and the structure of the proposal of the Spanish government was really very interesting in trying to make sure that the funds that were freed up were actually directed towards productive investment and transformation of the economy.
Thank you, Joe. Good. So let me conclude the session. We will take a group picture right at the...
I think we'll go downstairs.
Okay, we will go downstairs, and then we'll have lunch right next to it, right? Which is buffet lunch. It's going to be shorter than what the program says, so we come back here. But so let me first say that the next session will focus on the system. There are profound asymmetries in the global economy and in the global financial system that, to a large extent, explain the outcomes that we are seeing. Asymmetries in terms of economic development, the structures of production of the different economies of the world, and therefore the level of riskiness. Asymmetries in terms of what integration into global capital market means for different countries. For developing countries, global capital flows are as pro-cyclical, meaning that they leave at the time they mostly need them, and they enter the country when there is abundant financing liquidity in the global economy, and they are counter-cyclical, on the other hand, for the advanced economy. So there are winners and losers from opening capital accounts completely. It's a very important issue, the core of the report, to understand where we are and what's the way forward, and we will discuss that in detail. But to conclude, to take stock on what we discussed and think about future actions and what we can do from the Commission. Who needs to take action and who needs to be influenced? First, governments. If the one with the steering wheel doesn't move, nothing happens. So even if there is a different set of circumstances that enables a different behavior from international financial institutions, still, the governments are key. And we need to understand in these processes that the gains from inaction are concentrated. There are a few winners. And it's easier to have collective action when there are a few winners. But the losses are widely dispersed. The losses affect billions of people around the world. And it's much harder to do collective action when the losses are so dispersed. And that's part of the problem. Second, the international financial institutions, their role is key in terms of policies, practice, and the use of the debt sustainability analysis. That's a powerful tool that affects the balance of power in negotiations. Very important. And that's what's going to move both sides, the creditors and the debtor. And finally, the changes in legislation that we emphasize in the report and in this discussion, the New York State legislation that Joe referred to, England, the role of legislators, that's very important. For all of this, visibility is absolutely key. Pressure is absolutely key. So that's why the role of the religious communities is so important. The role of the media, the role of communicators, the role of the civil society. It changes the balance of power for negotiations because it gives more power to those that face the losses that are so dispersed. I mean, I know this also from experience. I led 5 years ago in 2020 the second largest sovereign debt restructuring in history as the finance minister of Argentina. And ultimately, the global visibility and global support of people in this room, the civil society, the academia, the work of the media was so important to lead to an outcome in which there was a restructuring ultimately. Let me just read you, just for, I think this is important for motivational purposes, one message that I remember. So I was negotiating with one of the largest investment funds in the world, and after a meeting that we had here, there was an op-ed signed by more than 150 experts in Project Syndicate, including 4 Nobel laureates, of course, Joe, and others, 2 former undersecretaries of the US Treasury, one from a Democratic government and the other from a Republican government, which actually made a lot of noise. And I got, at some point, a message from the negotiator from one of the largest investment funds in the world, saying the following: Minister, is there any way in which you could send a message so the people from academia you recruited to support your proposal, telling them that the process is on its way and it's no longer necessary to comment on the issue? Right? So you see how important, your work is and how much it matters. Okay? So let's go for lunch, and we will resume in about 1 hour. Thank you.